Finally, welcome back to our ongoing Shadowrun game, Run the Flood. Uh, and I would like everyone to welcome a new cast member, who I will go over in just a moment. Uh, Finally, we're back after a week off. Tonight, we have T103, played by the newly christened Slippery Nos, previously known as Vamp Daddy. Morningstar, played by the Rissa Rave. Jason, played by Noskavian. Mojave, played by Daybreakathon, and our lovely new friend, Cloudburst, played by Lord Rodan. Now, let's get into our story. We are going to open up with our new character, Cloudburst. You have just entered into the Viper's Den, which is a smaller club related to a larger one down the row on what is known as Freak Show Row, called the Snake Pit. Viper's Den is smaller, it's clouded with just smoke and magic mixed together. You, as a mage individual, are very aware of the euphoria that is in the air mixed in with actual drugs. It's something that it's not strong enough to really affect someone like you. You're used to it, you're prepared for it. As you make your way
All
around the
right.
various people laid out on couches and splayed out, you are approaching a uh, table that has a drawn curtain over it that is vibrant royal purple. You know you are meeting your contact here, that you know as 404. Would you like to give a description of your character as you enter in?
So Cloudy or Cloudburst or Cloudy is a 5'11" individual, about shoulder length hair with a long green hummingbird feather, effectively braid and chain, just woven into his hair. He kind of dresses a bit fancy, but not especially for meetings like this. He has a very lackadaisical gait and is very confident in the way he moves. Um, he has bright green eyes that match the various feathers in his hair, and he kind of has a nice, charming smile as he approaches 404.
Uh, as you approach, there is a very short individual dwarf woman with bright, loud pink hair who quickly pulls the curtain aside, kind of motions you in. 404 is laid back, kind of lounging her heads up towards the ceiling. Minute you walk in, the curtain falls. She puts her head down. Oh, there you are. Got what I asked for?
I go ahead and pull the envelope out of my pocket. It was an envelope, yes?
Yes.
Yes. I will go ahead, set it on the table, slide across with a simple nod.
Nice. 404 takes the envelope, pops it open, turns it over into her hand, and what comes out is this small amulet, gold in color with a small turquoise like stone at the center. It appears to be in the shape of some kind of bird. It's kind of hard to tell as it's sort of cradled in her hand. She looks at it, kind of jostles the chain, nods, and just sort of slips it into inner pocket of her leather jacket.
Before she does that, am I able to sense for a moment just to see just whether it's magically active or not?
Yes, I will
Okay.
allow you for an sensing.
Okie dokie. Welcome to the first roll of the game. Uh, there we go. 4.
Perfect. So as you roll your sensing and you let yourself in, looking through the astral plane, it has a light magical nature to it, but it's not very strong. Whatever it is, it's more closer to you, the things where it once held something, and there's just sort of residual in whatever this is. It's not
Okay.
active, it's
All
just
right.
sort of the leftovers. 404 kind of just sort of tosses the envelope just nonchalantly across the table as it's just empty trash. She picks up her glass, takes a sip. So, info on Richter is what you wanted, right?
I did.
Dr. Ivan Richter was once a worker for Evo, and then, after escaping, in air quotes, I'll put that, ended up working for S Technology for maybe 6 years on the
All right.
record,
All
and
right.
then he disappeared 10 years ago. I'll give you a hint, he didn't. Currently, Dr. Richter has been found. He is in a coma, as a contact of mine has stated. He is not going to be open for questioning. I have some people who might know a little more about what he's been doing. And she kind of motion, like waves her hand slightly towards you, and your comm link makes a noise.
I'll I have image links with contacts in my eyes. I just kind of blink and kind of look at what's currently going through it.
What flies into your vision is this little image of what looks like a mirrored bat with 404 written in sort of mirrored, and then it disappears from the vision, and up comes an actual message. And the message is a address, and another little thing that's just sort of a moniker below it of a little bit of payment. You are given 500 new yen for this very easy little job, just sort of as it says tip
Yeah.
on it.
All right.
The address is located in Orchid Heights, which is a pretty decently expensive condo building, right outside of the Hollywood Hills. Not technically in Hollywood, which
Okay.
is why
All
it's
right.
still affordable. Uh, she
That's
kind of,
that's still kind of pricey and sounds like security.
yeah, she leans back.
I'll go ahead and ask. Got any contact info for this one?
Well, I'm not one to just randomly give contact info to good people. No offense, kid, but this is sort of the first time we've worked together. But I give you two options. You can just try to go there and go see him. That would be pretty funny.
He will raise an eyebrow as if just being like, "What do you think I am, an idiot?" Uh,
Or you sit here for this evening and I'll go make a call. Neutral ground, as it were. Besides, I've been meaning to call him back and, I don't know, give him a good pat on the back for the job they did for my friend. They had a
all right.
fun night in the sewers, I assume.
That. If they're from Hollywood Hills, they'll be able to clean up. But all right, all right. Uh, well, if we're here, might as well get a drink. What would you have?
Hmm. She
And
kind of lifts up a
I'll,
nearly empty glass of just sort of ice and a small little bit of golden liquid. Oh, I only drink scotch over ice.
then I'll go ahead and order two. And I walk out of the little Vade area to go up to the bar and grab one for her as well.
Uh, you go to the bar. It's like 4 or 5 bartenders. Literally, they watch you walk over from 404's thing, and before you can even reach the bar, they look at you, look back, and go, "Scotch," and you
I'll hold up
just
two fingers.
they have, like, by the time you've reached it, they already have both glass set out. You will notice that these glasses are a little odd. Looking around the bar, you can see that a lot of the glasses, they're normal rocks glasses or tall glasses, clear glass, simple. These are a crystalline that's a little bit purple, a little bit red. It kind of glistens a little bit. They seem to be specialty glasses.
Ah, all
Uh,
right.
you going back to 404, sitting down with your drinks. I'll just give you right now. You take one sip. That is the strongest scotch you have ever had in your life. It
I
makes
am a
you
goddamn connoisseur of alcohol. That is a thing. It's a
even for
thing.
you. It is
Uh,
strong.
all right. All right. Jesus.
And
I'll
we are
sip it
going
slow. And 404 will probably drink me under the table.
absolutely. All right, that was very fluid. So we're going to pause that scene, slide over, uh, going back to the apartment at Orchid Heights. Everyone has woken up. It is rather late in the evening by the time everyone kind of comes out of bed. The night in the sewers was very exhausting. Uh, you all may pick your order of awakening and what you wish to do before you get a message.
Um, right from the start, as soon as I'm assuming I'll be the first one up. But rather than going downstairs or even reading as she's done on previous nights, Morningstar is in her room and she's doing push ups. She just has bottoms on and is just doing push ups. So, and like her door's wide open. So if anyone walks past, they'll see her essentially working out. And she has a very like stoic but determined face at the moment. Yeah, yeah. So that's what Morningstar's doing.
T will exit his room, dressed in an athletic fit top and shorts, and he's on his way to the gym that they have an entire room set aside for in the condo, and he will stop just past Morningstar's room, back up 2 steps. We have an in-house gym if you're interested.
She pauses. She's like mid going down and just stops and looks up at him and says, "What is gym?"
Come on, I'll show you.
She gets up and she'll follow him towards the gym.
And it is as close to like a professional gym as you could fit in a condo as far as weights and things go. There's actual equipment one could use if one wished.
Okay. So she sees weird machines everywhere and weights. I'm assuming there's probably like a pull-up bar and that type of stuff too.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think at first she'll be probably overwhelmed by like the amount of machinery, but then gets a very like it's time to get to work face, and she'll go to the pull-up bar and she starts off doing a set with both, and then drops one arm and starts doing with another, and you can see like she's got a lot of lean muscle, obviously, right? But I feel like this is something T would notice, is she gets well into like the hundreds before switching to the other arm and starts going, up and down. There's something very practiced about what she's doing. Like it's clear, like this isn't something she like saw in a video and copied. This is a part of a former routine. So yeah.
Something she'll notice is T doesn't bother working his arms. It's all core and legs. What could he possibly need to work the arms for?
Right.
Leg day every day.
Every day is leg day. That's right.
Yeah. Thighs for days, bro. Word. Yeah, I think they'd probably just go into a flow of working out. I think she'll get to maybe like the leg press machine and will look to T and say, "How does this work?"
Well, let me go first. And then he'll just demonstrate by just doing it rather than like step by step, like, okay, pull the pin out, you put the pin, you test it.
Yeah.
He's not showing you that. He's just like, yeah, you do what I do and then
Right.
you'll know how to do it, and then you can pick the
Yeah.
things you like.
Right. Yeah, when it's her turn, she will copy. But you'll notice that like after she does her legs, her tail starts moving, and then almost like a leg bends and starts pushing up the weight. She's working out her leg her her tail as well. Yeah.
I think that's probably our early morning.
All right.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Jason and Mojave.
So Jason would start kind of in the early morning. He'd get himself like a latte. They probably have some sort of like fancy in home espresso machine or something.
Yeah, nice soy espresso
So-
machine.
Yeah. Soy calf. Yeah. He'd get himself a soy calf latte, and then he'd go to his workshop, and he'd be kind of tweaking and working on some of his drones. I think I'll keep one set to non-lethal, well, less lethal, and then the other one I will convert over to full lethal again, the way I had it.
That's fair.
And then once he's done with that, I think he's going to. I imagine he probably has some of those like maybe a futuristic version of those hoverboard things when you're just too lazy to walk. So I think he's gonna just like hoverboard over to the bathroom while listening to some like loud techno on some headphones that he has around his shoulders, and then he will hop in the shower, get showered, and then just ride his hoverboard downstairs with like his towel wrapped around him or something, listening to loud techno.
It's good.
As an opposed thing, I think that like at some point Morningstar would like, well, I am assuming there's a way that she could hook into like the sound system, at least in the gym.
Oh, absolutely.
And she would put on like the grittiest, hardest, darkest, most violent death metal. That's what you'd have. So if anyone was like anywhere near the gym, that's all they would hear coming from inside of this gym.
So on one side you have the techno lord on his fucking hoverboard, just chilling around the house. Then just on the other side of the home is just the most gritty, blaring death metal. Mojave, I believe you are awake now.
Oh yeah, if I wasn't before, I definitely am now. I figure Mojave spends his morning. First thing he does is go to the mirror and sort of check the wound that the evil little blood leech thing left in his shoulder neck region. Make sure it's healing okay. Make sure there's no signs of infection. Just generally like, okay, this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. And after he has reassured himself that it is indeed fine, spend a few minutes going through the bag, going through all of the assorted powders and bottles and liquids and Febreze cans, take an inventory, making sure he's got everything he needs. Sort of wanders out to see what's all the racket outside.
Havoc has decided to appear upon your shoulder. Not saying anything, he has just decided to show himself in magpie form. He's just going to be perched on there, just also kind of looking down the hallway, just sort of, what are they doing over there?
Just vibing, gonna go and look to see where everybody is and why it's so loud in here now.
I would say in the blaring morning, I'm gonna go with Morningstar gets a message that comes across her brain, her comlink, and it is a very familiar little 404 bat symbol.
Yeah, she'd
that he
answer
gets.
it right away.
Pulling up the message, it's just a very quick message of someone who needs to meet you. come to the Viper's Den. I'll buy you a drink.
Okay. I think just as a quick message back, Morningstar will all of us or just me?
Whole team, but really your choice is what comes back.
Yeah, I think she'll just respond with affirmative, and then she'll click off the music and turn to T and say, 404 messaged me. She said to meet her at Viper's Den. Apparently someone wants to meet us.
Is it work related?
I am assuming so. I don't think she would reach out for friendly banter.
Okay, I'll get a shower.
Kurt nod. You'll see that she's sweating, but it's a weird, almost silvery hue, which makes her scales just glisten all the more. And she'll go to the other bathroom and do quick military shower. Less than 4 minutes. Wash down. And then I think she'll actually take a couple seconds to oil herself, because she does have scales. So part of her is regular human flesh, but then there's aspects of around her forehead and cheekbones and down her neck and stuff that have scales. So she oils them, and then and we'll proceed to her room, get changed real quick, and then go downstairs to where she's assuming the others are. If she runs into Mojave, she'll say, "We are going to Viper's Den. There is work."
Thumbs up. Okay.
Jason, Jay, and she starts just yelling down the halls until she finds him.
Jason would wheel over with his headphones and his bath time. Yo, Scales, what's up?
Maybe get clothes on. We have job.
Sweet. Hero time. And he's going to wheel off to his room to get some clothes on.
Mojave just watches him glide across the floor what on earth?
Yeah. Morningstar will immediately go into the kitchen, and she starts picking through the food that they have, and she is looking for essentially soy protein to make a protein shake, and she's gonna make one for herself and for T.
Just an additional note. I imagine we probably stock cows big enough for T, and since I'm so short, that cow, you probably can't even see what I'm gliding around on because the towel's so big.
Yeah, just watching you glide across the floor like a ghost. Really, what on earth?
So T has bath sheets, and if you don't know what a bath sheet is, go ahead and look that up.
That's amazing.
It's bigger than a beach towel.
It's big, it's just ginormous. That's amazing. Yeah, no, but she'll make a protein shake for both herself and for T. But it'll be it's flavorless. You know what I mean? There's no
oh sure,
nothing in there to help it out.
Yeah. He's also probably got a stock of meal replacement bars for when it's time to just go.
True. She'll snag one of those too.
And
be munching.
T works hard and he plays hard. He enjoys his shower. He's in there for maybe too long before he comes out, but he will have a shake.
As soon as she hands him the shake, she'll be like, "Do you have date?"
Sounds like it.
No, I mean for pleasure, because only people who take very long showers like that is for pleasure.
I like the way it feels. Is that okay?
Touche, that also makes sense.
Just nod and toast with the shake and take a sip.
So a couple of those protein bars get slipped into Mojave's bag, never to be seen again.
He's gonna get protein poisoning and die in the back seat.
Shit. Don't eat those all at once. You will feel awful.
Snack for later.
Okay, one at a time though, and maybe hours between, because I mean,
No
it's
complaint.
too much protein. It'll hurt.
Zero complaint from T when it happens. He's just like, yep. Whether he notices or not, if he does notice it, is no complaint. He knows that this poor boy is impoverished.
Yeah.
So I assume everyone is prepared to start heading out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Armored
Yeah,
coat
I've
and
stolen
hat,
those protein bars. I am now prepared.
pulled on. Yeah.
I think that like while we're walking to leave and all that, Morningstar will look at T and say, "I need your help. I need to get stronger. Can you help me with that?"
Yeah.
Okay, we train. And she'll like nod and go to the elevator.
Sure. Yeah. Every day. Yep.
As
Every
you
day.
all head out to leave as a group, Havoc shifts out of his magpie form into the familiar smoky black shape and slides his way back into Mojave's spine, disappearing into his back. And you all make your way down the familiar hallway and the elevator down to the lobby. And as you are walking over to the elevator for the parking garage, the receptionist is at his post, playing something on his comm link. It's hard to tell from here. But Mojave sat there looking beautiful, perfect, is an apple spice cinnamon Febreze.
Okay, now you're just tempting me.
Oh, I'd forgotten about this.
Brand new.
Yeah.
I think that immediately, just because at this point, you gotta. Morningstar goes over to the receptionist and is like, "What are you playing?" Essentially trying to distract him so that Mojave can snag them.
Oh yeah, no. With just I imagine that shared look of mischief, just the instant of eye contact, the unspoken plan.
Yes.
She goes to the one side, he goes to the other.
Yeah. What are you playing?
The gentleman kind of jolts for a minute, and you can see it's Snake. It's basically a slightly more modern version of Snake, and he's like, Snake. I mean,
You like to play with snakes.
well, you see, and he is thoroughly distracted.
As
he is
Febreze going into my bag.
I will give this. You are able to snatch that Febreze while this man is fumbling with his words, staring at Snake Lady while trying to not state the phrase that he likes to play with snakes.
Just casually snake it into my bag and keep it on walking, not breaking stride. Just
And then I think like after a moment, after Mojave has walked away, she is like, "Don't lose," and then we'll go follow the group out.
As you walk away, you hear the as he loses the snake game. And you hear him go, "Damn it! That was the farthest I'd gotten today."
I think Morningstar will make a fist and hold it up for Mojave to give her a pound.
yep. They're having a moment.
Yes.
If you guys have anything to speak about once you're in the car, I am going to just pull you all. You enter into your car, going at a speedy 40 miles an hour in your tank, headed back down to Freak Show Row and Viper's Den. Unless anyone has anything specific they'd like to talk about, we will open back up at the entrance to Viper's Den.
Nothing except laying out my various stolen Febreze cans and counting them. I am now at 4.
You have a camera down. You are marking down that Febreze can. Remember, apple cinnamon. It's fancy.
All right.
So, similar description of as normal. the smoky atmosphere. It's a little bit more dull today. Not as strong. I'm not going to make anyone roll that Constitution save. You're all prepared for the intoxicating nature of this particular location. Although I will give a little bit of a tidbit for Morningstar. There is a poster as you walk in. It's slightly torn. It's weird because it does look new. It's almost like someone specifically came out and ripped it. On the top, it says The Snake Pit, and then it has this ornate snake image of a woman's like woman on top, snake on the bottom, like this ornate just imagery of like a Lamia / Naga things. I mean, not Naga, but you know what I mean. But it's been like ripped into, like someone grabbed the edge and just tore it in the middle. But it's just new there. You'd not seen an advertisement for Snake Pit here before.
Yeah, I think she takes a moment, looks at it, and I think the group would sort of be able to see that there's maybe a little bit disappointment on her face. But she shakes it away and will continue on in.
Once you've all entered in, you see 404's booth, the familiar royal purple curtains are drawn, and at said booth, you see 404 laid back holding a drink, kind of almost having a bit of a smirk on her face as she holds a short, simple conversation with an individual you've never seen before. And that would be Cloud. You all approach. 404 is like, there they are. You, and points to Morningstar, I owe you a drink. And I guess I'm buying for everybody.
Actually, I will go ahead and put a hand on her shoulder and just be like, since I requested this, I'll grab it instead. What's everyone drinking? And I'll walk up to the bar myself and, yeah. Shake hands with everybody. Cloudburst. And just shake hands around. What exactly does everyone look like that would be immediately apparent, effectively?
Well, Morningstar will respond to your Cloudburst with Morningstar. But you'll immediately see she's wearing, this world's equivalent to Under Armour, kind of athletic, fitted shirt. And she's wearing cargo pants and boots. But you'll notice right away that she's got this incredibly long tail that is sort of, kind of hanging from her and kind of curled up on the floor. She has a hood up, but you would be able to see right away from her face that she's got scales, and on her hands she's got scales and stuff too. She is neither pretty nor ugly, neither feminine nor masculine. She's incredibly androgynous and non-binary, someone whose face is like, in many ways, you would be able to pick her out of a crowd because she's got all these snake-like features. But also the features of her face would make her blend into a crowd really easily. And she has mismatched eyes. One is like a bright golden
really
color.
long tail trailing behind her.
Yeah. If it weren't for that, then you probably wouldn't be able to pick her out of a crowd. But she's got like one very golden reptilian eye, and then the other is like a very clear bright blue, but snake eyes. So yeah.
Okay. All right. Your handshake, he would kind of just freeze his smile just a little bit. It's kind of like, oh, this is new. This is very much new. But he'll still be generally cordial because he did call y'all here. What is your drink of choice?
I'm okay with a beer.
Okie dokie. And then go on down the line.
Feel the next most
How did
obvious-
y'all kind of enter in?
Probably Jason.
Jason? Okay. Or Jason.
You would see Jason. First of all, Jason would be remarkably short. He's about 5 foot, and he and he has like azure blue skin. I believe he has purple eyes and hair, and he actually does should be a
There is
picture. Yeah.
artwork on the thing.
There
I
is.
should post
Yeah,
it.
Yeah.
It is
And,
green eyes, by the way.
Oh, green eyes. Thank you.
Our
Green,
artist's
that's right.
interpretation.
Green eyes and purple hair. Well, green eyes sound. I forgot.
I was unsure whether that was a shading thing. He is actually blue. All right.
Yes.
All
Yes.
right.
Yeah. So he has azure blue skin, green eyes, purple hair, and it would appear that he has 2 arms because he has a trench coat, and he would reach forward with one of his arms and, hey, chummer, put it there. Jason, nice to meet you.
Cloudburst, Cloudy for short, and he'll go ahead just be as charming as it can be. Blue skin is again all right, but after the snake woman with the giant tail, this is nothing. And so he'll go ahead, ask the same thing, get you your drink.
I'll take a pan-galactic gargle blaster, please.
Hold on. Just that is with that extra 2.
By the way, for chat, just to understand, Jason is a Nartaki, is the name of the race.
Yes.
For
How many hits would I
connoisseur.
need to know what the hell he's talking about on a alcohol
God.
knowledge test?
Well, you're gonna make me do this one. I'm gonna go with sure. That is a very fancy term for what is equivalent to a Cosmo with Vanique. It's got edible glitter in it.
Okay.
It's a shiny dark
All
purple
right.
Cosmo.
I'll go ahead and order it proper like a normal frickin' person instead of whatever the heck Jason just said.
Its
And
other,
electric gargle blaster?
its other general name is literally a space Cosmo.
I'll order the Space Cosmo.
And you would notice when you look at Jason under his trench coat, it would look like he's wearing like street clothes or streetwear, but it's like oddly nice streetwear, like someone who would wear designer streetwear, which seems like an oxymoron because who would wear like nice clothes that look like street clothes?
He has a superior shirt instead of a.
He has a superior hoodie. He has an extremely, supremely well-made hoodie, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, he's got a shark face hoodie.
Effectively.
I'm trying to think of all those weird,
A
shitty
goddamn
athletics
Supreme.
brands.
He has a goddamn Supreme hoodie.
Yes,
And
he
I hate
has. Yes, he is wearing every douchebag brand in that people.
Oh, I hate it.
I forgot to mention Morningstar's also 6'7", so she's very tall. And I'm sure, like,
That
in
is a
comparison
very
to Jay.
important. That is a very, very important distinction to know.
Yeah,
I'm like 6 foot. And it's just-
The next strangest individual I would believe is probably T103.
Christ
All right.
almighty. There's an orc there. 7'6", grayish green skin. He's wearing a dark duster, fedora, matching boots, all of it armored. The hands are metallic, pitch
like
black.
blatantly metallic.
Yes, like these are very obviously cyber limbs, with very there's like red lights and trim like running along them. They're very styled. They're very, very expensive looking.
Okay.
He shakes your hand as if you were made of porcelain and simply requests
Oh. Go
an
ahead.
old-fashioned.
All right. And then last is our unassuming Mojave there?
Yeah, he sort of peers around T and waves. He'd be about 6 foot tall if he ever stood up straight. cowboy hat's rather notable. Beat up leather jacket, duct taped in places. Definitely, his clothes are stained, ratty. Gives a definite impression that these are the only ones he owns. Most notable, though, is probably his rather vacant grin as though he is already inebriated, despite having just gotten here.
Okay. You know what? After saying all this, I realized I don't think I described what clothes I was in. He is in a like leather jacket, button-down shirt, slacks, nice little shoes. Those that look closer might realize there's like small armor plating in there because he did just come from a job, but these are his fancy work clothes. But hey.
I will say, as you meet Mojave, immediately, right out of Mojave's back is this black, smoky thing that pops out onto Mojave's shoulder and forms into the shape of a magpie with very bright golden eyes. And your mentor spirit comes...
Is it like manifesting physically?
Physically manifesting. Your mentor spirit immediately manifests as well from sort of very different for you. It's sort of out of your chest, this short light, and it weaves into the shape of a hummingbird with a very long tail. And both of these bird entities form and stare at each other, staring each other down for a moment.
Hey, you got a bird buddy too!
I do is normally better. DK, what you doing?
The the Havoc, the magpie, slides back for a minute. Who the hell's this wise guy? And then the hummingbird is just sort of, who is this? Absolutely ratty. Oh, who are you calling ratty? And they proceed to back up and immediately despawn, almost humping each other.
Well, howdy, pal. I'm Mojave. Offering a handshake.
Slightly more hesitant than even the snake lady. Go ahead and hold out to shake the hand. Cloudy.
Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. What am I getting you to drink as I slowly, quickly walk over towards the bar?
Well, last time I was in a place like this, I had some whiskey. That was kind of nice. Wouldn't mind having that again.
Whiskey on the rocks. Got it.
It's not very hard for you to get these drinks, and because it's so many drinks, and from behind you, 404 kind of raises her hand, holding up, 2 fingers. The bartender just goes, "You go sit down. The waitress will bring over your drinks in a second."
All right. I'll go ahead. Tip him nicely and head on back. Give me the tab at the end.
You are all now free to sit down as you will. 404 is there, just sort of calmly, just sort of lean back, almost enjoying the, like she's almost like ready to watch a sitcom. Is kind of what she looks like. She would not be remiss to have some popcorn or peanuts with that facial expression she has on. And within like a couple minutes, you can just assume your drinks arrive and they're passed out to everybody.
Beer in hand.
Go ahead and
Morningstar
drink.
will look at Cloudburst, then look at 404 and say, "Right. So, why did you call us?"
Oh, so this is a newbie I've been given some, jobs for, similar to what I did with you guys. And he has some questions about the last job you did for Frenzy. About the person.
Oh, not the sort of flaps his arms. Like, waves his hands in an imitation of wings.
No.
Morningstar
Not that.
goes stock still, and only her eyes move and nails them on. on Cloudburst and is essentially waiting for him to ask his questions.
So, I was looking for information on one Dr. Richter.
There is a rattling sound that's coming from her chest. I think that she's still in a bad way about it, and so like she looks to the others to maybe speak for her because she doesn't trust what'll come out of her mouth. So
Nah, Chumma, I don't know a Victor.
Mojave just. What was the question?
Dr. Richter, I came to understand that you had dealings with them recently in one of your past jobs. I was hoping for potential information and, well, on whatever project he was working on.
I'd be the thingy.
Naturally,
No.
payment would most certainly be included for any information you gave me. But that's part of the negotiation.
Not sure you can afford it, actually.
what I know is that he used to work for the lab. He had an affair, and his wife essentially gave him blood disease. And
It was a real messy break.
He was wandering for quite some time in the sewers, and then was attacked by same lady's experiments, I guess.
Nod, flapping his hands like wings again.
Some kind of blood monster spirit, and we fought it, removed him from area, and gave him back to Frenzy. But that is as far as we know.
So blood magic was involved
Yeah.
with whatever he was working on.
Yeah, well, if not what he was working on, I was definitely involved with his ex-wife's attempt to do the bad to her.
This is
She
a lot
was-
more personal information than I was expecting.
Well, that's what we got, so. It was this
She was-
big lady made out of blood, and she had these little slug things.
Yes, they were like leeches.
It wasn't very friendly.
Oh,
What do you
that
know
was
You wouldn't
about-
happen to have any of these leeches left, would you?
I think I have a little bit of powder in my bag.
When T killed her, all the blood leeches turned to powder. So, what do you know, Richter?
So at this point, DM
Yes.
question. At this point, most of what I know is his previous work history. Yes.
Yes, you know literally just the company he came from, company he worked for, and that he's involved with a very special project that is information that no one would want out.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, certain people wouldn't want it out.
Yes.
Well, what I know is who he previously worked for. He previously worked for Evo, and then based on all evidence I have, he was headhunted by Aztechnology. And his face visibly darkens at the mention of that particular megacorp. And it's kind of like, and I was hoping to dig up some dirt on a project they did not wish to see the light of day.
And
At
I
that
will,
point, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
just real quick to the rest of the players, your characters would know this just because it's well known. Evo is a company that's pharmaceuticals, genetics, and they're supposed to be very meta-human, meta-sapient friendly.
Okay. At the mention of Ask Technology and this project that he was working on, and nobody's supposed to know, Morningstar's beer bottle shatters in her hands. And all
Wow.
you see on her face is rage.
Mojave
It's like she
grabs a
doesn't even
napkin.
notice. Yeah, she doesn't notice that she's broken this bottle or like that it's cut into her skin or anything like that. She's
And
just
she's
furious.
she's still currently staring right at me, right?
Mhm.
Mojave is completely
Okay.
off topic now. He is like, napkin, dab, dab, dab. Let me see that hand.
She like just unconscious opens her hands up to Mojave.
Gets out some
Okay,
like future band-aids from his bag and just starts doing the whole "you've got glass in your palm" thing.
Yeah.
I am doing everything I can just to not cast magic in this bar. As this giant 8-foot tall snake woman subconsciously breaks things, is like, I am
Only-
going to fucking murder you
Only 6 feet.
with her eyeballs. No, 8 feet.
I'm only
I
6
thought
feet.
she was
It was
taller.
6 feet.
I thought you were taller.
No,
6'7".
6'7".
Yeah, she's 6'7",
Sorry,
and then our
7.
friend T is 7'6".
I got it mixed
so-
up. Okay.
Yeah.
Closer to
Yeah.
7 feet. I'm sorry.
Now the tail is double her height, so the tail doubles her
Yeah.
length.
Point is, giant angry snake lady.
Yeah.
I think that before anything can be like said or responded to, like soon as Mojave patches up her hand, she stands up and she says, "I need the air," and she leaves out of the bar. Yeah, area. Goes outside.
I just I want to put this out here. If we need to get more in depth with questions, I've got a van that we can go to.
That would be wise. If y'all are actually willing to discuss it further, as I look at Morningstar just walking on by. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And
Yeah,
then,
Morningstar, like as she's walking by, she's like shoulder checking past people and like just the perfect image of moving rage.
definitely as Morningstar is leaving, and after the beer bottle, the minute the beer bottle broke, 404 was just shit. Under her breath, just she's gonna fucking kill me. And then once everyone starts talking, there is you know what? You got a van out of the bar now. Don't let that one, and kind of like looking at Mojave, pointing to Morningstar, do not let that one hurt herself anymore. Okay?
Thumbs up, downs his drink, like skips after her, dodging, weaving between the people to go after Morningstar.
I will.
Is there any blood left on the table, or was that all cleaned up and patched up?
Well, unless
Quick with the
Mojave,
napkins and the.
yeah, it's on the napkins and the glass. As long as Mojave was, leaving stuff behind.
So this snake lady just left a bloody napkin of her. Okay. I'm picking that up. Shaking some of the glass off of it.
Are you attempting to hide this from anybody, or are you like waiting for everybody to go first?
I was going to look up at the other two and just be like, hold up the bloody napkin, like, did someone else want to take this? And burn it properly.
T, who has taken all of 3 sips from his glass, sets it down, palmed the napkin, head for the door. No words.
Jay will finish his drink and then escort Cloud.
All right. Sounds good.
He will take Cloud to the back of his van, and he will he will open up, and you'll see the van. Jason said van, but it's more like a tank, and like a armored APC. and he'll have you stand by the back ramp, and then he'll lower the ramp, and immediately as he lowers the ramp, you'll be eye level with like a cannon and a drone tank, and Jason was like, yeah, just scooch when they're past the links and mind the roto drones. They're not too lethal, and T will sit back there with you, and we can answer all your questions.
Yeah, I
Like-
think when
like,
you guys came out,
Cloudy is just staring at this massive stuffed arsenal of all kinds of illegal bullshit. And it's just how. All right, and he eventually does walk on up into the tank. Sits on down a little bit more weary than when he first sat down in the club, or the den, and it's just.
T,
That one was involved, wasn't she? All right.
taking Jason's words as an indicator, T will slide in right next to Cloudburst. I mean, right next to Cloudburst. Like, arm across the back of this man's seat, Cloudburst.
Yep.
Mojave's just sitting on the curb watching Morningstar pace back and forth, venting the rage.
Just
Yeah.
back and forth. If her feet could dig a hole here, you would just see like a trench being built by basically her pacing back and forth, but it's concrete, so she can't do that. Just fuming. Yeah.
If anyone gives you information, it's going to be her, probably. She's got the most info, and the only one of us, I think, who's got the right to speak about that. And like I said, I don't think you can afford it, as you can see. But that's up to her.
All right. That would be up to her. Does she do this often?
First time.
I imagine it has something to do with the specific questions.
You know what? I'm not surprised. I sit there awkwardly for a moment, and then just be like, so, watch any good trids recently? And try and make small talk while the serpent calms herself down.
Yeah,
yeah.
after a moment of that pacing, when Mojave judges that he can probably get a word in without getting his, head blown off by his friend. Just hey Scales, how you doing?
Not well. And she'll sit next to Mojave, and she'll say, I have found out that not only was this Richter involved in my making, but apparently involved in the whole project of me and my siblings making. Involved in a project that included kidnapping my mother and using her as a broodmare. I am not doing well.
Yeah, I don't blame you. It's some rough stuff.
I don't know this man and I do not trust him. What if he is one of them?
Well, I mean, you got a point there, but also T's got counts on his fingers. All 10 of them, holds them up as fists.
You're right.
There's also, I don't know, I mean, the 404 lady seems like she's pretty chill. And I don't think she would have made the connection here if he was out to get us. Probably.
You can
I
never
don't know.
trust people that do things for money.
I mean, that's very true, but then again, so do we.
Stop sounding so wise. And she'll punch him, not like actually punch him, but that kind of like sibling punch. And then she'll get up and she'll go to the car, open it, see that they're in the back seat, shut it, and go to the front seat. And she'll sit down and then turn only her upper half to face them in the back seat and
Oh, that's
say,
weird.
"Right,
Oh, that's weird.
I am sorry for outburst. It makes me uncomfortable when mentioning them. But what are your questions?"
First one. I suppose be what would make you most comfortable in answering these questions? Do you need something from me?
If you are completely honest, then you are not one of them.
Not anymore. Is his response.
I will answer question. But if I find out that you mean to betray me or betray us, I will kill you. Do we understand each other?
I'll hold out my hand and say deal.
She'll take it and she'll give him a firm shake, and then withdraw her hand. And actually, you'll see, like, when she does that, her sleeve kind of rides up a little bit, and you'll be able to see, like, a set of essentially like branded numbers into her wrist. And the numbers are 44, 61, 77, 6E.
I might ask for that later. But as is, like, okay. All right. Processes that for a second. Then go ahead and say, this project was something big. Something most of the scientists appear to be sent underground for, not even known by their company where they were. You appear to be very deeply involved in it. And I look back at the arm and it's kind of like, with an Evo scientist, this involved you, didn't it?
I believe that I am direct result of project, me and my siblings.
Sibling.
Yes. DM really quick. How many of us were there? Like, including the ones that I don't want to say die because that's a lot of them, but like,
You would at least be privy to the ones who were birthed while you were functionally like aware. Only 3 out of, and you kept count, 45 that you know of. You were very much aware when you did Brain System there were hundreds as failed. Only 3 of the 45 that were born during your time lived, other than you. All 3 were males. Well, 2 are males, 1 was indeterminate.
There were probably hundreds of us, but I am aware of 45. Only 3 have survived, other than myself. 2 male and the other one, they did not determine what the elder parts were.
Okay.
I have learned that Richter may have been and you can see she's super uncomfortable as she says this. He may have been a donor to my creation.
Like he starts nodding for a second, and then his eyes go wide. I'm kind of like, oh.
Hence, angry ex-wife trying to kill him with blood plague and weird blood spirit. So she was also scientist aboard the project.
Shit.
Yes.
This is a goddamn tangled web, but welcome to Megacorps. Alright. Guess the
How
next
are
question.
you involved?
How am I involved?
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping to dig up dirt on Az Technology to get corporate to do me a favor.
Okay. What is your next question?
Do you have any documentation on any of it?
DM, would I have? I don't think I would have any like physical stuff, but would there be things that I would have had access to, or would have been able to like get access to via like hacking or whatever? Before
I would
left?
say you would probably be privy to some saved files. A lot of them are corrupted just given the manner you had to use to get them. And it just was not easy saving these files, let alone getting through the system. You have some genetic breakdowns. You probably have... So basically like a list of genome things, of ones that didn't work, failed experiment that, this genome was problematic. I will give probably the most important information if you would like to give this. You would have the name of the progenitor, the originator of the program. Codenamed
Okay.
Quetzalcoatl, but you know his name. He would also be your grandfather.
Right. So she says, I have access to some files. They were hard to get, so some are corrupted, but it has a list of names and...
He will physically hold up his hand. Be like, do not give me any information on those files until payment is sorted.
I'm looking to destroy them and to save my siblings.
Destroy who?
The entire program. As technology, if I can.
He will actively bust out laughing. It's kind of like the program is kind of like understood as technology. That you set your sights high.
For my siblings, I think there is no cost too high.
He will go ahead and look back up at you and just be like, doing it for your family then?
Yes.
So am I. I want to get them out.
Confused.
I want to get them out.
They have your family. In cell?
It's a little bit more commonplace than that. But if you call I can't remember what the big complexes. I can't remember what they're called.
Arcologies?
Yes. If you consider an arcology ESL, then yes.
I consider anywhere someone cannot leave a cell. Then we
For
have...
sure they will sell.
We have
They're just fancier cells that make you not think it's a cell. So yeah, basically.
we have common goal then. I also have progenitor's name. But as you said, that can be discussed after payment is made.
All right. As Teed's made aware, I don't think this deal can be made with money.
No.
So I
The
got a
others
different
will-
idea.
What is your idea?
You and me.
Mm.
You help me get my family out. I'll help you get yours out.
Now, what is the role for an insight check? I want to make sure that he's not trying to fucking play games with me.
Of course. Give me 2 seconds to fully fucking remember.
Judge intentions.
It's judge
yes?
intentions. Yes, it is. Inside of your attributes,
Okay.
on the right side, that long list, judge intentions is
Got you.
on there. All you gotta do is click.
Got you. Bink.
I'm gonna say, Cloud, you're not lying. You're honest here. You
Not even for a second. This is exactly what the fuck I want.
Then I'm gonna give that's plenty enough to just go, no, this individual is honestly telling you, hey, family for family. I want to get mine, you want to get yours. We have common goal agreed. Let's help each other. This is an honest statement.
So once she sort of, you can see that her mismatched eyes are looking very deeply into yours, and then rather than giving you like a normal handshake, she essentially grabs your forearm and gives you that kind of shake, and she says, "All right then, we have a deal."
All right, a deal. So can my mentor go ahead and just present physically and wrap around our arms for a second as this deal is struck?
Absolutely. From
Mhm.
this and similar to what had occurred before, from the space around Cloud's chest, this white light kind of coalesces into more of a cyan, and this little beautiful red-throated hummingbird with the long tail comes out, sits upon your hands and wraps its tail, kind of almost extending it around. And it sort of looks at you, kind of quirks its head for 2 seconds, and just sort of nods. Looks back, nods again.
I think that from almost under her breath, a bit like a computer encyclopedia, she says the kind of hummingbird he is, the kind of family and stuff it's from, almost just a weird automatic response, and then she'll remove her hand. It is pretty.
Yes, he is.
He opens his wings, kind of bows to you for a minute. Thank you.
What is your name?
What was the full name of your mentor spirit?
What was it? Dragon Slayer?
That is the type, but what did we name him?
Did we properly name him? I can't remember.
Because they do have names. Wait a second. I have a name, but it is up to you if you want to take it.
You know what? Lay it on me. Doing it live.
He kind of bows again and goes, Potli.
Okay.
Potli? Is that how you say it?
Yeah, Potli. Technically
It
Pochli,
is
but
pleasure
I'm going
to
to
meet
shorten
you.
it to make it easy for us.
Yep, that works.
Pleasure to meet you, Potli.
He will sort of stay for a moment, manifested, kind of flitting around for a minute, before kind of just looking around and deciding it is best to demanifest.
Right. Well, What shall we do then? We have the whole evening ahead of us.
Well, welcome to our ragtag family. You can't leave now.
Not unless she does, and I like nod my head over to Morningstar. But look around the ragtag and like, yep, definitely ragtag.
Thumbs up from Mojave.
Well, you take the night off, or I've got that job at the Eclipse, or whatever else you guys want to do.
Let us do job at Eclipse. We can always use more money. It will aid us in other ventures.
And I will give to everyone here, Eclipse is very infamous. It is a casino close to the Diamond Stallion downtown. It is also notoriously, supposedly run by a local mafia.
Oh, all right. Okay.
T, do you want to sit in front? So that you have leg room?
Please.
And she'll get out of the car so that he can get in there and be able to stretch his legs.
Yeah, grown man standing up from a Fisher Price desk, literally. The front seat is much more spacious.
Yeah. And so yes.
When everyone gets packed into the armored Ares APC, I will put it into high gear and gun it, and we will go blazing 35 miles an hour.
Oh, yeah. Also, I will give Cloud, as you are now new to this, every single thing that Jason has is Ares brand. And all of it...
Of course it is.
All of it, though Ares branded, has had a lot of parts scratched off or scrubbed or seemingly painted a little bit differently. Stylized very much like him. But it's clear that it's kind of hiding a lot of its items.
Yeah, the van is an Ares Roadmaster. The big tank in the back is an Ares Lynx. And then there's the two Ares Roto drones.
All right. So I kind of sit there and just like, question: are we just doing the run now or scouting? What is happening? What is currently happening?
This is a kidnapping. What are we doing?
T says we got a job at the casino, so we're going.
Yeah, you got a text a couple of days ago about a job we can do, and we don't know what it is yet. So if you're gonna pal around with us, let's all find out together.
So who's the Johnson?
I have not accepted the job.
Okay.
We're just going to have this conversation.
Got it.
If you are going to be with us, well, because you will be with us, you should know. The lab wants me back, so I'm wanted. Mojave can't remember who he was past 2 years ago.
Yes.
Jason is wanted by his family. And, well, they think T was his kidnapper, so we are all very much wanted.
Okay. This is laying out all the dirty laundry instantly. Okay. All right.
Mine's a
I
bum
guess-
rap. I've done way worse than kidnapping.
I don't think I've done much of anything yet. I don't know.
Yeah, this just means we're all friends for
Uh-huh.
life, pain of death. You know how that goes.
No. Like, I am just staring at Mojave to be like, no.
Got the usual
three.
grin.
No.
Cloudburst, can you do me a favor?
Yes.
Roll memory.
Oof.
Oh boy. This is already gonna be
A memory check that wasn't caused by me. Yes.
yeah.
And it wasn't me doing it.
And Mojave. Roll memory.
Oh.
Oh dear. Does this get the negative too?
Are you in? No negative for these.
Okie doke.
Because tell me, this is in your brain. It's not in the physical world.
When
Mojave, you do not get anything from this. You are oblivious. Cloud. Mojave is familiar to you, but you are not sure why. But like, sitting down, everything's calm. You look over, you look at him again. Look at his face. Not his clothes, just the face. Something about him is familiar.
I'm going to astrally perceive and just stare.
The entire car lights up. Astral beacon. He is glowing.
Mojave's just still looking straight back, the same cheerfully vacant grin.
I am just mumbling under my breath of giant snake lady hunted by as technology leaves her blood places. The giant blue person with. I'm pretty sure I can now see 4 arms on this man.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
4-armed blue man with giant tank driving through the literal astral.
Well,
I look over at the orc. I look over at the orc man's. Just full on chrome arms. Oh god, and then in gray all over. The giant orc man is the most conspicuous of the how?
What's the problem?
Are you alright? You look a little sick.
I stop astrally perceiving. No, I'm fine. I'm good.
You sure?
No, I am fine. I'm just getting a better perspective of what I signed on for. Alright.
If you're not feeling well, Mojave is nearly a doctor, so
It's true.
You said you don't have any memories past 2 years ago, right?
Well, I didn't say that. Morningstar said it. But yeah, something like that, yeah.
Did any of those 2 years include medical school?
Not like officially?
Alright.
But I was palling around with a doc for a little while. Taught me everything I know, literally.
Street doc? Okay. Alright.
Look, bro, if you're like, shut up, what do you want? Nothing or nearly a doctor? Having nearly a doctor is better than nothing.
And seeing as most of the folks I've been treating are folks who usually get nothing, they're happy to see me.
And if
That
you ever
is
want,
fair.
if you ever want some chrome, just let me know. I work on all these drones and stuff. I'm sure it's not too much difficult to put it in a person, you know?
I look between T and Jason, and I look like I don't think that's how. Okay. It's just
With
thinking
this-
that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works.
With this,
But all right, pass it along. But then we'll go ahead and take quiet for a second and be like, where are we driving to again?
We was
Eclipse.
headed out Eclipse ways, weren't we?
Yeah, East Casino, run
Yeah.
by Mafia. I'm not sure which mob. Yeah, I suppose I could find out.
Yeah, would you like to find
Yeah.
out?
I would like to find out.
Roll your rumors for me.
Yes. Okay.
Perfect, actually. Damn. So it is. It just takes about 3 seconds down your little rabbit holes of your various. Back the second page of Google searches. The area of downtown and into Freak Show Row is almost entirely run or overwhelmingly run by a group known as the Loki Sun Mafia. It is known specifically for it being kind of weird that it is a mob run by 3 separate heads that all are of equal power. It's technically, like, if this was Italian, it'd be like 3 Dons. They each sort of take pieces of the city. They're in other places. It's not every business they own is known, but most of downtown is their turf. To the point that cops are not what you have to worry about.
And
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you first.
Just as a clarification, Loki as in like Norse god Loki, or
Yes.
Loki?
Okay. Lokison, the Loki Sun.
Either or, really.
Yes.
Right.
Also, I am going to give you a little bit of tidbit information. The 3 heads are known by, they are not known by normal names. They are known by mythical names, as they've taken for themselves. Fenrir, Jormungandr, and Sleipnir.
Okay. So I say out loud, it is run by a Loki-san mafia. I don't know exactly which one owns Eclipse, but all of downtown is run by them.
Question, storyteller. I know a guy down Eclipse ways. Are there any pertinent details I might be able to toss out on a more street level type vibe?
Yeah, you know a frequenter of the casino. I believe it was a dealer, or was
Yep.
he just a freak? He was a dealer down at the casino for blackjack. Streetwise, generally speaking, it's got a lot less security than Diamond Stallion does. Mostly because the threat of death. It is old style mob casino. If you fuck up, you are in fact not going to see the light of day again.
As it goes.
Hey,
Other than that, Eclipse is supposed to be, or at least you're aware of its symbology, being a lot of wolf imagery, eclipse, the moon, things like that. You know the name of the pit boss. The pit boss's name is Skull. Skol. Not Skull, Skull. That's just the name of the pit boss that you've not met him, but you met him, like you saw him for like 5 seconds when you were seeing your friend once.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I hear Skull runs a pretty tight ship down there, but it's not too bad so long as you keep your hands to yourselves.
Oh.
do you guys share this information?
Once Mojave says Skull, I start thinking about like the imagery and it being Eclipse and stuff, and I will say I think it is safe to say that it is run by Fenrir. There are 3 at the head of this mafia: Fenrir, Sleipnir, and Jormungandr.
Hey, didn't we meet Sleipnir? I'm
Yes.
pretty sure yeah. Sleipnir seems
Wait.
like a pretty.
Yes, we did. Sorry, I got names confused. Yeah. So we met one. We are about to likely to meet another.
Well,
Okay.
let's keep going. And Jason will keep going full speed.
Yeah. I will say with this, obviously with how slow the car goes, this is the whole car ride, is this conversation discussing downtown things, getting all your information before you walk in. Much like Diamond Stallion, Eclipse is also along a strip. A lot of the lighting along this area is a lot of reds and oranges, and there's a little bit of golds around here as it kind of lights up various street vendors. It's a little more of a street-wise atmosphere. Like, there's food vendors. This is supposed to be a place you're supposed to walk down the street. The building that is Eclipse is massive, and its sign is this huge slightly covered white moon with a red circle with the name in bright white lettering. There is not a line at the door, not like Diamond Stallion. It's just a big open door. There's like a revolving and two sets of big actual doors. It looks like from the street, it's definitely a little busy, at least in that front area. From out front, you can also see that there is at least some security sat on the street. They don't seem to be checking anybody, but they're definitely sat there. Big, giant dudes, or well, possibly dudes. There is, similar to Diamond Stallion, there's also a parking section where like a sign ushers you to an underground parking structure. It is up to you whether or not you would like to go to the underground or attempt to find street parking. As always, Jason. Jason.
Yeah, sorry, I zoned out. What's up?
Do you want to park on the underground parking, or do you want to find a parking spot on the street?
Underground parking for sure. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Nascavian, you give me all the confidence in my storytelling.
No, you're awesome, man. I'm just.
I know,
I'm
it's
tired.
okay. Listen, it's fine. It's Monday, it's a little late. Everyone understands. So you're gonna go underground parking?
Yeah.
You fall down the underground, and not dissimilar to Diamond Stallion again, you find an area that's a lot of Ares vehicles right near the elevator. Although this time, there's fewer of them, and you see another kind of set group of vehicles that are all local security. California Rangers are some of them. Some state police cars are down here. Although some of the police cars seem to have black tarps over them, as if they're trying to cover them up. Not very well, as you can see the literal seal of LA under the black tarp, so they could have done a better job at that. Very odd how many security forces or police are here. It is up to you whether you'd like to try to park there or try to slide yourself into a shadowy corner.
Do I have a tarp in my van?
Yeah, I'll
So,
say
like,
you
weather
have,
and
you have a
stuff?
tarp.
I think we're gonna park there and then put a tarp over.
All right, you park alongside similarly styled Roadmasters. You pull out a tarp, place it over. It's not very hard with you and T working together. Mostly T, given his height. You all are generally set. You head for the elevator, get in. It's just you all. As you arrive up into the lobby area, you are confronted with, groups of people in suits. Some people are in more everyday clothes. This is definitely a place where everyone sort of comes. It's a gambling location. The security is not checking anybody other than when they pass by the very front entrance to the actual floor. They're checking IDs. Because gambling, at least far as I am aware, is still illegal if you are not above 21. So, you all may pass by. You will have your IDs checked, though.
Now, ID checking. That would be checking our sins, right?
Yes, they are going to try to scan your sins.
Yeah.
It is up to you if you would like to find a way around that or not.
He will go first because he's confident in his and it will buy others time.
Question: I've been here before, yes?
Yes, you have been here before. And at least the few times you've been here has had someone else kind of wave you in past security where they don't check you.
Actually have an ID, do I?
No, you don't. You have gotten very lucky in people you know who know you and want you in there due to your particular salesmanship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the hobby's sort of standing back, arms crossed, looking for any familiar faces, just like, well.
So, DM,
Yes.
I imagine that I have um, some kind of fake ID or like fake SIM that I could use. Because I imagine I'm not walking around with one that'll identify me,
Yeah.
just in case. So I will, as confidently as T stroll up.
Yeah, I mean, a cheap fake ID is not expensive. It's not the best. I mean, a cursory glances, it doesn't really matter. I'll say sure. You got a cursory one.
Okay.
As long as it's broadcasting something, they don't really care. They're not stopping anybody as long as they're broadcasting. They seem to just have a simple scanner. It literally just checks if there's a sin or not. At least as far as you can tell. No one is holding anything, and you would know the scanners that do check who you are, not just that you have one. Those scanners tend to have someone monitoring them or something looking, so you can hopefully confidently say, okay, a cheap fake ID, you can probably just walk right under the scanner.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll be behind T, kind of affording more time for the others.
Can I look around for someone who's trying to sell fake ID?
What a god.
If you want to try to go outside and roll perception, I guess.
Okay, go outside and roll perception. Anything else? But I guess that would be perception and
Its perception is the skill, which is an intuition
okay.
limited by mental. If you do not have the skill, you can default on it, where it is just default skill, it's intuition limited by mental.
Do any modifiers on this, or just roll it?
There's no modifiers on it.
Okay.
I'm giving you your best shot with this. That is much better than I had expected. You know what? You're walking along the street for a really long time, trying to find something, and eventually you find at the very corner of the street these group of what look like teenagers, maybe a little older, and like one older dude probably in his 20s, and he is passing out like taking money and handing out these little wristbands that you find out they're little fake markers. You just hide them under your shirt and it looks like you have a fake, like a proper sin, and it is the cheapest of the cheap, and if you fuck up, they are going to see it.
I think I'm gonna get in line with the kids. I'm gonna blend right in because I'm 5'0".
You are
And bright blue.
Yeah, and I'm going to I'm gonna go ahead and, hey man, can I get one of those?
Yeah, bro. 50 new yen. 50 creds.
No problem. Great, I'll take 2.
You pop over, you can mark off 100 new yen, and he passes you these cheap bracelets that look like they're gonna snap. Like they are looking like they're on a fucking silly band, alright? This isn't even like the book quality fake ID. You're like, alright, let's go work for right now.
I'm gonna put one in my pocket and I'm gonna put one away.
Bakes in. Oh god. All right.
And then I'll go back in and I'll.
Well, Javi now has a way-in.
I'm just making sure these other two find their way in and that I don't have to do something silly and potentially illegal to get them in.
So as everyone has either a fake sin or is just turning on their sin for a moment, heading into the building.
Yeah.
Rating for fake sin.
Perfect.
Uh,
Flip that on there,
yeah.
have that broadcasting.
Mm-hmm.
While we are waiting for them to return with fake IDs, T will send Starry Eyes a quick message that just says, "I'm in the lobby. Where do you want to talk?"
It takes a little minute, but eventually you will get a message back of like a little smiley face, and then just meet me at the bar. I'm at the back end of it near the DJ booth.
Okay.
And are you gonna wait for your friends and then head off?
He's going to wait for them to at least either be present or be turned away so he knows that it's just him and Sneck.
Yeah, does Jason go through the detector just fine?
Yeah, everyone is able to get through the detector just fine. There is a scary moment as Jason and Mojave walk through where the guards seem to look at you for a second, then they kind of just shake their heads and then just sort of really quickly call into their, like, little earpieces, and then they just start looking at everybody else. Once you are all together, and T heads off towards where Starry Eyes is, this casino is rather large. There's many tables. You can hear the lights, sounds of dice and cards and people shouting and cheering or crying out no. There's every kind of electronic noise from a whole back area of slot machines. This place is rather dim, kind of bathed in this very dark blue discord, dark blue lighting. There's a massive chandelier at the center, which almost appears to have not a disco ball necessarily, but some kind of glittery, like moon-themed object on it. The music in the space is gently thumping, kind of not techno, but almost some of this like underground kind of lo-fi scenario going on here. It's barely audible over everything else, but it almost just gives this gentle beating to the undercurrent of the building. There are 4 bars in this area. One is right near the entrance, and it kind of just extends all the way along. It's got like 7 bartenders all along it, and the back end of it does eventually butt up against what looks like a small glass cubicle where the DJ is. The others are well off into the distance, and there's various kinds. One it even appears to have a lounge sitting around it with chairs and couches and such. Following along the most close bar, you eventually reach the back end, and there's only about 2 people here. There is a man who looks rather tall, orc man, very disheveled looking, and he's just sort of drinking a beer while sat there. He's, if not completely wasted, about to pass out. And then the other individual is a small, petite woman, with very long white hair, very pale. Right next to her is this stick. Long, metallic, has like a grip at the end where it's like a hoop. And the bottom part has this little ball, like little white ball at the end of this long stick. And I will give a roll to Jason and Mojave. Roll medicine or first aid. And see if you can identify this.
Please
It's
do,
not
because in my mind,
too
you described a skip it.
Skip it. Yeah, this character has a skip it. Mojave, would you like to do first aid? Okay, there we go. That's perfectly enough. Mojave, this is given its height compared to the lady, this is for blind people. This is a stick. This is like a blind person's seeing stick. So whoever this individual is appears to possibly be blind. As you approach, though, as if which you're almost certain there's no way she heard you coming because of how thumping the music is here. Maybe she did, but she quickly turns to face all of you, specifically T, and just goes, "Ah, there you are. It's good to finally meet you." And you can see that her eyes appear fake. It's uncertain if they're cyber or not, but they appear very glassy. They're dark blue with these glittery, they're glittery, as if they're starry. And you can kind of make a good connection that this is starry eyes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good to have a face for the name. What did you want to talk about?
Ah, yes, the little job. Give me a moment. And she gets up with a lot of confidence to her, grabs her little stick, and walks away from the crowd so she doesn't have to dodge it. Along the back wall, kind of leading you along she just starts waving you. She guides you eventually to a small door. Past the door, the minute it shuts, all the sound starts to disappear. This is a soundproofed area. It's very chill, has some light jazz playing. It's smaller, all black leather, soft carpeting, and she just sort of sits down at a small table. There's a individual who immediately brings over a drink to her. Like, no message, no nothing. Just sets down this light white drink in a martini glass. And she sort of just waves her hand. "Please, sit down."
Morningstar will find a seat and sit.
Jason will
I'll
sit too.
wait for T to sit before I do. Because he's going to take up the most space. Yep.
1, 2,
Get nice and comfy after.
I didn't know there were 5 of you. I thought there were 4.
We gained a new friend.
Mm-hmm.
I will go ahead and give a small nod. Hold out my hand as an No, I'll hold out my hand as an introduction.
You hold out your hand, and she is, without any issue, able to grip your hand and shake it.
Cloudburst. My friends call me Cloudy.
You can call me Starry. It's easy.
Can I go? I want to go into AR.
Sure.
I'm just checking out the room.
I will immediately. You go into AR, and the room is, in fact, this whole club, the host of this club, is down to the letter. I mean, you've seen it before. It happens all the time, but perfect, and I mean a perfect match to the real building. Like, it is online. Like, nothing is different. That's the other thing. Nothing is different.
Right.
There's not really any advertisements are also there. It's just this whole room. Everything is perfectly in place. There's also, you notice that on her glass, there was already an AR glass projected on it. You notice that all of your friends, as they move, have an AI projection or AR projection on top of them. That's not their icon. It's not that. It's something else. The girl in front of you, you can see her icon is this basically waif of like a moth, with like a lunar moth. And everything in this room has that icon on it. Every single thing that's an object has this icon on it.
Okay, safe to say her and I are very similar in things we can do?
Yes, it's pretty safe to say that, okay.
Cool, so I notice that. I don't say anything. Just notice it. And I'll just lean back kind of a little bit more relaxed into the seat.
Cloudy, on the other hand, has his own assumptions. and is going to astrally perceive and see whether she's magical. Obviously, she's not. We'll kind of be like, what's up with this chick?
Would you like to roll a sensing, I assume?
I would. Four.
You can see her whole form, her whole body. She's seemingly a normal person, not really any cyber on her. You can tell that the eyes are dark. There's nothing there. But she seems perfectly fine, very normal. That's, if I'm correct, I'm doing a real quick check on my list. I do not believe you gain any other information.
Nope, I don't know she's a technomancer, and unless she has Delta
Yeah.
wear some other like gene treatments. Yeah, no, I'm not getting anything else, I don't think.
Yeah, no. There's just, as far as you can tell, this is magically normal person with just fake eyes. Although you know that they're fake
And
eyes.
he is a lot more visibly confused than he was 30 seconds prior. But
Well,
all right.
I'm just
I
going
don't
to piggyback Mojave. Same vibes with the astral nonsense.
Would you like to roll your
And-
sensing roll?
Yeah, sure. Where did the thing go? Where are the buttons? There's the buttons.
Same thing I just gave.
Yeah. He, on the other hand, he's just rolling with it, not asking questions. Whatever. It's not his business.
Of course. Of course, one of us is not back. Oh well, we'll catch him up.
I'm here.
I know you.
I'm here.
I meant Nasuke.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
She's very calm. You know, she sits very properly. Legs together, flat on the floor, hands on her knees. No. The thing I need you all's assistance with. Specifically, I needed tea, as it's a rather physical job, but the more the merrier, I guess. There is an individual who has become a nuisance. We had assumed that they'd been taken care of, but unfortunately, they weren't. And now they are doing some more problematic things. My people informed me that you've actually, 4 of you have met him before. A troll named Augie.
Oh. Wait.
Visible confusion on face. And she looks at T.
Wasn't that the guy whose jaw you stole?
Slow nod of his head.
Jaw?
Yeah, we've met.
Yes.
Jaw.
Yeah, T stole a guy's jaw once when we first met. That was an interesting day.
I just
Yes.
wanted a slushie.
Yes. Also, good choice in slushy. Purple is delicious. So,
Mm.
as it stands, Augie is not gone. In fact, he seems to have been rebuilt. And he is back to what he was doing before, which was, trafficking for a woman known as Mananangal. We would like Augie. Not alive, but at least we need his body.
DM, a long time ago,
Yes.
I sent out one of my little snakes to go looking for the girl.
Yes. The little girl's icon.
Yeah. Did I ever get anything back on that?
Go. Yes. You got something back probably around, let's go with this morning.
Okay.
The sprite could not find, no matter how hard it searched, it could not find her icon again. It tried over and over and over again and searched everywhere it could, and it, no matter how far it went out into the matrix, she does not seem to be on anywhere on the matrix.
Okay.
Starry Eyes kind of continues. He has taken a person of interest to me and my associates. And though we don't believe you'll be able to find this individual, as long as I can get a hold of Augie, well, Augie's body, that will be enough.
The person
Where
of
can we
interest.
find him?
Oh, sorry.
Unfortunately, I am not aware. But I'm sure there are some clues at Augie's places of business. One of which is gone currently. Actually, recently it was burned down. Very recently. I can send the rest of the addresses to... And she kind of... Because her eyes have no pupils, you can't tell that she's looking at you, but she shifts her face toward Morningstar, and you are sent a message. Normal message. It's not similar to how 404 did it. It's just a regular message.
I'll
And
open
it's
it
just-
without saying anything.
Yeah, and it's a list of basically something similar to Augie's original, which was Augie's Authentic Soy Burgers. Other places very similar to that. There's at least two more Augie's Authentics. There's a Chinese place, and there's another restaurant as well. It's an Italian
Okay.
place.
I think Morningstar just nods at her.
Good.
And-
Message went through. That's
The person
all I
of
can...
interest.
What?
The person of interest.
Yes.
Was it the little girl?
Yes. The bunny's been taken. We cannot find her. And if me and my associates cannot find her, there are two options. She's either far enough away that there's no way we could try to reach her, or she is unconscious and being kept that way.
We will find her.
Good. One of us, and like beelining to Morningstar with her face. One of us should not be kept away from the Matrix for this long. It's not comfortable.
She processes that information. I think for Morningstar, the idea of a child being kept in any kind of in this manner really rubs her the wrong way. So she nods again and says, "We will find her."
Good. I do believe we may be running out of time. So I assure you that you may want to move quickly. Because Augie
Well-
has been cited having conversations with officials from, well, contacts from Horizon. And Horizon is
Morningstar
not our
stands up.
friend.
Morningstar stands up immediately and is like, "Let's go."
Well, first, let's talk price points.
Mm.
Augie alive, Augie dead.
I would prefer that Augie not be alive. In fact, I insist upon it. And that he die painfully. But given your abilities, T, I do not think that will be a problem.
So, wet work is what
Yes.
we're currently doing right now.
Yes. If that is an issue for you, you may
Hmm.
disregard it.
Okay.
Price points.
On the note of payment,
For- Mm-hmm.
I consider Augie a dangerous task. If you manage to get the Augie's body properly, without too much damage done to his brain, we'll say 2,000 each. There may be more in it for you, if you can bring me any other interesting information, either about the person of interest or Mananangal. The baseline, 2 grand each.
How dangerous was this man you took a jaw from again? As I look over towards Mojave.
I didn't take his jaw. T took his jaw. The guy did have a lot of
T
friends,
took
though,
his
and a
jaw.
lot of he's waving his hands around like in the shape of guns.
I blew his car up. It was awesome.
Oh yeah, Jay shot his vehicle full of holes.
All right. Are we expecting backup in any way, shape, or form? Like,
Augie has
you said
many
he got recouped
underlings.
again. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Augie is more than likely a little more dangerous than he was prior. I have seen images of Augie. And she kind of reaches over next to her and kind of grabs from almost in between the cushions a small black folder that had been hidden there, lays it on the table and folds it out. Kind of, she cannot seem to see it, so she kind of just displays them. There's a couple pictures there. Two of them are of Augie now, and you can see that before Augie's jaw was clearly cybernetic and parts of his chest were. Now, most of Augie's face, his arms, chest, and it seems to lead down into his pants, as in this image he's wearing pants and then an open shirt. And that's in both pictures. They seem to be taken same day, just different angles. So you can see most of Augie's augmentations. The other ones are of a car similar to the one that Jay blew up. Similar license plate as in a second photo of close-up. But it is a picture of that and what probably is Augie coming out of it, though it's a bit early. And about 4 or 5 dudes in the car at once coming out as well. The last photo is of as if someone had taken a photo of a document very quickly, sort of in low light. And the document simply has a pricing of a list of what just seem to be animals. Rabbit, pig, boar. Some of them are repeats, but just different words. And there's prices next to them, which are some of them are in the millions. And it's an animal, a number, and the numbers never extend beyond from 15 to 25 is the range. And then it seems like around the younger or the lower number is higher priced. There's stars next to certain animals as well.
Is there a price point for Bunny?
Bunny's price point and there's a star next to Bunny, and the price point is well within 2 million. I would say it's around maybe a little more or extra, but about 2 million new yen.
I mean, last time we went into Augie, we were just like going for some snacks, and then he like kidnapped some store owner's kid. So, like being the heroes we are, we went in and we saved the day. We saved the kid, kicked Augie's ass. You know, that's what we do. We got this. We're the heroes.
So as Jay is saying all that, I'm already on essentially the net, and I am looking for essentially for this particular kind of criminal enterprise, I'm looking for movement within the cities. I'm trying to obviously I won't be able to get an exact position, but perhaps triangulate an area that he was most recently seen at.
That would be computer.
Okay.
This is Matrix Perception or Matrix Search.
Yeah. Do I get any modifiers to this? I don't think so, but
No, well, no, not on this
Okay.
one.
okay. Not great.
Not great. The most you can pull up, you have a new, like, an online news article, literally a food magazine, about that Italian restaurant, and you can see Augie in a business suit. Though his face is the more modern one. This is not Augie. This is Augie recently.
Yeah. Okay.
Basically cutting a line on his new restaurant. It's basically just, local franchise opens up, and it's a food review.
Right.
Apparently the food was mediocre.
Well, Ogi has recently opened up Italian restaurant. I suggest we check there first.
That tracks with me.
I was about to try negotiating for something extra for the wet work, but this man's gotta die.
Nod, nod, nod.
But
What the same with?
price points for the extra information, that I'd be all right for negotiating on.
Of course. And if I'm honest, when you bring me information, depending on what it is about, if it's about Mananangal, I can probably give you a good bit. Now, whether that would be info for info or Nuyen for info is completely up to you. I assure you, my people and I have knowledge of many things. But this is a personal matter, so that's why I'm so immediately willing to give as much as I can. If there's any other questions, I'd be happy to answer. If not, you will be allowed out of the casino. Oh, by the way, you should take off those fakes. They don't actually do anything. They're basically pieces of plastic.
Oh man, I paid good New Yen for these.
Looks straight at Jay and just shakes their head like,
And the plastic wristband. And I even bought an extra I pull out of my pocket, just in case.
Of course. Whenever this job is done, T, simply message me. And if we meet again here, all you'll have to do is ask for the Party of Starry. I'll set one up.
Sure.
Good. Any other question?
No.
I got nothing.
We have all information that we need. And time is
Wonderful.
limited.
Then I wish you all good luck. 404 gave you good praise, so I expect good results.
We'll do the best we can.
Morningstar's already at the door.
And once it's over, Starry just leans back and sips her little cloudy martini.
Yeah, I'm gone. I'm already moving.
Yeah, T will follow.
I'm going to go outside if no one stops me. I'm going to try to look for that guy.
Of course. I will say that as you leave the door, an individual is waiting outside. He does not speak to you. He simply waits for all of you to walk out and then walks into the door as well. The most notable thing about this gentleman is from the neck down, that you can see, given his clothing, is entirely cybered and obvious cyberware. Everything from the hands, the up of the neck, looking like tea up in here. Just similar black colors.
I'm still in AR. Do I see any marks on him?
There are no marks on him. He is wireless. Or he's not wired. He's not
Okay.
wireless. You cannot see him. Or you can't see anything
okay.
from him.
Yeah. Okay.
I will give this outright to Mojave, as Mojave stays in Astral constantly. And if the other would like to be in Astral, it's option. No sensing required. This man is entirely dark. Save for the very top of his head.
I would not have needed
Of
to
course.
really wonder.
Then Mojave, this man is entirely dark, save for the top of his head and the core of his chest.
Okay.
This man barely has an astral just score in general. He just not even
He's
aware.
weird.
Oof.
And he just walks into that room with Starry once you all leave. Jason, as you go outside, you search, but that guy's gone. You do find some of those teenagers wandering around looking very peeved and displeased, searching for this man as well, and wishing that they had their money back.
I want to go up to the teenagers and ask them, "Hey, do you guys know who that guy was that sold us the junk?"
All of them are just, no, we want our money back, man.
He doesn't have a street name or nothing?
Fuck, dude, I don't know. I'm not supposed to be here. And the other guy's just like, if my dad finds out, he'll kill me. I can't say anything. Fuck. That was my allowance.
Oh man. How many kids are there?
4.
4. I'll give them each 50 new yen.
You pass out this new yen, and all of them are very grateful to you. Like, thanks, man.
That's 200 new yen.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to go back. Hey, Scales. Do you think you can check if there's any security camera footage here for like the last amount of time? There's a guy selling some stuff, and I want to try to find him.
You mean the guy who scammed you?
Yeah, he's a bad guy.
He is probably trying to also make a living, but yes, I can try to find him. And as we get into the car or whatever, I'll try to find a camera that might have been positioned in that area and see if maybe there's some image that I can pull of who this guy is.
Unfortunately, I'm just gonna give, there is no, you don't even want to attempt, due to the fact it may seem very unfortunate if you attempted to get the club's footage. The street cameras are broken. One of them's actually fake. You're not gonna find this man.
Yeah, when we're in the car, I just look at Jason and I'm like, I am sorry, Jay. You were simply scammed, and finding this individual.
Sort of gives Jay a pat on the arm. Take it as a lesson learned, Pally.
Next time, if you want fake ID, I will take you to proper place.
Oh,
Yeah, just buy an actual sin instead of one off of a. Who'd you even buy it from? Some random ass teenager off the street.
yeah,
Didn't even load it on your comm link. He just handed you a bracelet.
Yeah, it was supposed to get me past the sin check. I mean, I can't turn my sin on. My dad will find me.
I will help you.
What
find
kind of sin
proper,
you got now?
A good one. Now let's go.
Anyway, if we find the individual again in happenstance,
Who the hell is your dad?
He's an engineer. It's all good.
Morningstar's like
The
just eyebrow up.
Ares truck and the Ares thing and the Ares other thing and the Ares thing. I'm kind of like, you're fucking Ares. All right.
Yeah, Mojave's just watching this back and forth with just
boy.
a grin on his face, just watching Jason squirm.
Oh, yeah, I'm just gonna have to make some exploding cred sticks for the next time I find. That's all.
Sorry, Jay. No, that's a bit too far.
Exploding cred stick. I
Are
mean,
you
very
putting-
cool item. But maybe don't kill this man. He's likely
He
he's just
scammed
trying
you
to
out of 50 new yen, and you're planning on blowing off his fingers?
100. He scammed him out of
No.
100.
Well, I had
Hey. Jay's a hero. Never forget.
yeah. See, I'm
yeah,
a hero.
Jay, and you know what
he
heroes
didn't-
don't do? Heroes don't go blowing random people's fingers off.
Well, I'm
That
doing
is
it
a
for the
matter of
kids. I'm
perspective.
doing it for the kids. He
However-
scared those kids.
I mean, to be fair, it's not
However-
random, but still.
Okay, he might have
great.
scammed those kids, but should the kids have been in there?
Hold on, pause.
And-
Just so that
and hold
everybody
on.
maybe has a matter of perspective here.
Hold on.
Blowing up said man will end up on news, which will brings focus onto who is out there giving exploding cred sticks. So
That's
this is
true.
my
Shucks,
only argument.
Jason
Yeah, I was
kicked
just-
your rice scales.
Think
Yeah, I
about
don't
That
want to
and,
have to patch a guy's fingers up because I feel bad.
Hold
so
on.
please.
And hold
yeah.
on. He did say those wristbands would get you in, right?
Well, yeah.
They got you in, didn't they?
Jason just mumbles.
Sounds like a deal to me.
Don't think of it as a scam. He charged 50 new yen for a very important lesson.
Yeah, but I bought
Uh-huh.
2 of them. I paid
And you
twice
learned
for
a
one
very
lesson.
important lesson twice.
I think it'd be fair if you see him again, you give him a good punch in the face.
Yeah, that's
That
fair.
seems-
That's
that
just
seems-
perfectly fair. But the trapped
That's
cred
all
stick is a
funny.
bit too far.
Hold on. I look over to Jason. How physically built does he appear? Does he look like he would noodle punch someone? Is that the kind of thing
Yes.
I'm looking? Yeah, no. Punch in the face seems appropriate for that. Yeah, totally.
I mean, I don't punch people. That's T's job. T punches
Yes,
people.
but we don't.
Real
No,
good.
because if T punches him, he will end up with no head. So
Yeah, I don't want to
that's
have
why
to
I say
try
you
to
punch
fix
him.
that.
Fine.
With
Let's go.
this convincing Jay not to blow people's fingers off and you all enter into the car, we will take this moment to take a break for right now. We will be back in a little bit.
Okay.
I don't know. I've never.
Well, I
had
guess
this.
it's like. Go ahead.
She doesn't know.
I don't.
It's like you take the soy and you turn it into like a dough, but instead of like making bread, you roll it out real long so you get like real skinny floppy pieces of bread, and then you make like a soy and like a fake soy meat and like fake soy tomato, and you mix it together so you get like a soybean pasta sauce, and you put it over your soy noodle.
Good, you're gonna like it. It's good. You're gonna like it.
It sounds not very good, but I will trust your judgment.
Well, yeah, he said it's soggy, floppy bread, and that's not.
That does not sound appealing
that's
at all.
not.
He's
That's
not
not
wrong.
what. Okay.
But he's not trying to be more correct.
It sounds wet and
So,
nasty,
this-
and like the texture will be very bad.
It's good.
No,
it's
you,
good.
so you like wet the dries, you dry the wets. It's not wet when you're eating it, except for the sauce that's on it.
Okay, that sounds much better. Okay,
Mhm.
I will
So
try.
it's like bread, but after you put sauce on the bread, it's dry,
Plus-
but also not.
Yeah. So I guess destination would be Augie Pestos or whatever the fuck he called it.
I guess we're
Yes,
calling it Augie Pestos because that's way better than what I had.
I will
Augie
say this.
Pestos.
I would very much like him to be dead, but if we can also manage to find girl, that would be my priority.
Yeah.
She listed possible options of what could happen to why girl cannot be found, but there is also option that she is dead, and I would prefer to not leave her wherever she may be, even if she is dead.
I wonder if Mr. Bubbles is still with her.
You know, I am willing to bet. No, I'm willing to bet that he is dead as well.
Oh, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, they would have to also keep him unconscious if that is the case. What am I saying? I can always find out, I think. Okay, I will try. And I'm going to try and see if I can get a ping on her dad.
No,
Oh, her
Mr.
dad-
Bubbles was the water snake.
Her dad's dead.
Oh!
Mr. Bubbles was the
You're
water
right.
spirit that was sitting in the
You're
back sink.
right. I cannot do that. Right. So retcon all that. It is possible he was very protective of her.
Uh-huh.
But, I find it very weird. The way that Miss Starry Eyes was speaking, it seemed as if she is a girl like me, like Starry Eyes, who can go into the computers and such without needing to be plugged in. But I don't think that one can be that and also have spirit, like you guys. Right? And she
Shrugs.
points to Cloudburst and Mojave.
Usually not. No.
I mean, if they were just friends.
That is true. That is
I
true.
mean, Havoc here's friends with Hugh Scales.
That is very true. I am thinking about how much she cost. So the technomancers are not exactly rare, but, illegal, but not exactly rare. Maybe perhaps her abilities is why why they are willing to pay so much for her.
Yeah, it tracks.
And how old is she?
I think she was like only.
She was only about 12.
10 or 11. Yeah.
Mm,
She is 12 years old. She is a little girl.
Yep. Yeah.
And apparently, according to list or document picture, she is not only one. There were others. So, mayhaps they keep them all in one place. Although perhaps that would be stupid, but... Or maybe one...
That's
There'll be maybe more than one child that gets saved.
That's part of why we're going to be looking for extra information instead of just cutting off his head.
Yes.
And just for the record, y'all know I'm not too big on the whole pew part of this, but when it comes to the searching and the rescuing, that's... yeah.
Yes. It is abhorrent what they are doing. But if we can help in any way, then we will, in fact, be heroes. Okay.
So,
He is mostly modded out now, yes?
Oh, man.
He is not as he was before.
Yeah, he's a smart
Oh yeah,
man.
she said they rebuilt him.
Is there, forgive me, T, because I do not know a lot about people who do so much modification. But is there maybe I don't know, like a pressure point or something that can paralyze him? I mean, because I am not opposed to killing him at all, but at least immobilized. Perhaps we can. I don't
Get some
know.
questions?
If you can catch him
Yes.
in wireless mode, it's supermarket sweep, you know. But I don't think
Yes.
there's a, you know, press your thumb under the armpit and the whole arm pops off. That's not necessarily, yeah. There's usually fail safes built into the. Depends on the brand, you know. If he got all his parts from a bargain bin or they're all recalls, maybe. But
I feel like since
Don't
he's
think
got
so.
such fancy friends, it's probably...
yeah,
I've still got one of those grenades Mojave helped me make.
Oh yeah. It might
Oh, the
be...
one that puts you to sleep.
They're not
Would
like
that not
super
work?
shelf stable, so...
It did not work on blood disease, but perhaps will work on person that is still sort of person.
It might be best if I mixed up a newer batch first. But yeah, no, it's a good idea.
sure.
We
At the
could
very
just...
least, it could take out his guards or whoever is with him to, protect cargo and such. So it is a good thing to have.
Hey, Softy, quick question. Do
yes.
Roto drones have speakers?
Yes. They
They
can.
do.
They can have anything the fuck you want.
Okay,
Yeah,
can
we're
my
gonna go
Roto
with
drone
that
have...
speakers.
Sweet, okay. It's something very minor, but if the situation comes up, I want to be able to do something. Sorry.
I'm more than happy
No,
to follow
don't
this down this
apologize.
pathway because this sounds fun.
Okay.
All right. So just to verify on my end, Technomancer, Rigger, Kinda Doctor, Street Sam. Okay. I have various different spells at my disposal. Go ahead and drop it down. Lightning, lots of lightning. Various other low combat spells. Invisibility, physical barrier, like I can actually and mists. I enjoy my mists. If we can use it. I'm unsure whether this will work.
Wait
Yeah.
a minute, you can go invisible.
Yes.
That
I
is
can make this entire
incredibly
car
useful.
invisible. I can make this entire car invisible.
Now that's
Oh my God.
real handy.
That's very useful. I am glad that
Mhm.
you are with us. This is good. Okay, so question: do you all remember how many people were with Ogi last time we went up against him? I imagine there will be more people.
Not
with
Yeah, I
him
enough.
was
this time.
too worried about not getting shot.
Well, that is fair, and certainly T is right. There was not enough. But okay, so I am willing to bet that he has a sizable crew with him, and they will be armed. So perhaps we go about this two-pronged plan. Maybe a certain part of group engages in combat. Other part group will search for any other information, maybe children, and or even location of Ogi, because he may just send out his people first and try to escape.
That's true.
So,
All right. Can I go ahead and make one request first?
Sure.
We stop by my car.
Oh, that's fair. Should I mix up some more sleepy time balloons?
Oh yes, I think so. I think that is
Sleepy
excellent
time
idea.
balloons.
Yeah, I got
Oh,
some
yes.
fancy water balloons.
They are grenades that put you to sleep.
Supposed to, anyway.
All right.
They will this time.
Okay.
And I mean, if anyone is accessible to me, I can try to shut them down, or at least take out important bits of them. So, okay. So
All
I
right.
think we are prepared. Wonderful.
In my car, I pull out my big ol' armor jacket, big ol' helmet, and a massive rating 6 health med kit, and slap it in the back of the van. And we can there you go, almost doctor. There you go.
Oh,
Wonderful. New supplies, Mojave.
that's some fancy looking stuff.
Oh man, I should totally buy armor.
You don't have armor, Jay.
No, it stands behind T.
Yeah.
We've been going, but what if? Okay. So you have been this entire time no armor. You've just been naked, essentially.
Hey, in his defense,
Oh no, I got these threads.
I'm usually pretty capable of convincing them to shoot at me.
You're not wrong, but I guess I am
And
saying that
with me in the picture, I'm gonna be target number 1.
I mean, look. Wait, what? What does that mean?
Is
Why
with
will you be target
lightning?
number 1? Oh, well, I guess that is an attention.
You don't know the
Hard.
first rule of Shadowrunning, do you?
Not at all.
We
To
started
be
about
honest, I
what, a
kind of
week
fell
ago?
into this. I think it's
Well,
been
the
a
first
week.
one is actually don't deal with the dragon. The second is Geek the Mage.
Wait a second. Who is the dragon? There's information I am lacking here.
There are many dragons. One runs a megacorp. One used to be president.
I don't like this.
I'm pretty
I mean, I like
confident.
this because, hey, dragons, right? But, like...
I'm pretty
So-
confident in what I can do, but I agree with him. Lightning is lightning.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to get hit by lightning if I could avoid it.
Softy, real quick, is there rules for healing over time? Because I have a bunch of damage from last session. How do we?
You've not...
Oh yeah,
got...
I also did some healing on you. Well, that would, yeah, right. I slapped a band-aid on you.
You slapped a band-aid on him? Okay. Does he still appear wounded?
Uh,
to figure that out in about 3 seconds. Give me a second.
he's
Oh,
about
Jesus
half
Christ.
filled with stun damage and a third filled with physical damage.
We'll heal the stun damage because you slept.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and at the very least, to streamline things, can we say that because we all went back, I would have had time to look at Jason and give him a proper
Yeah, heal him
band-aid?
at the house.
How much physical
Oh.
damage did you take?
How?
3.
You know what? For right now, heal it.
Okay.
Hold on. I look over at the supposed magical doctor. Just look at you and can you not magically heal?
Sort of shrugs. I'm not so the whole magic thing is kind of news to me.
He does not have memories, Cloudburst. How could he know?
No, Mojave is like one of those. What do you call the guys at the head shop that will mix together some herbs and give it to you? That's Mojave.
Hold on. I'll go ahead and just be like, show me the fucking bruises. Show me the goddamn bruises.
I
and
guess.
One
slap you
right
with
on
a
his
heal
forehead
spell.
that has slapped a band-aid on.
Yeah. Slap you with the
Well,
heal
I-
spell. Force
will
5, which
say-
means 1 drain.
Technically speaking, I will say, if I'm allowing this healing to occur, Mojave, you used one of your potions, so magical healing did occur.
Did it occur? Okay.
It did occur. I
Yeah.
assume with a need for that much healing, it was gonna be magical.
Yeah, I think I slapped the band-aid on when we were leaving, and then I wanted to patch Jay up when we reached the house, but we were kind of wrapping up, and it wasn't like we wanted
Yes,
to draw
so-
things out with a whole bunch of extra rolls.
Yes, I'm
Then
saying yes.
it would.
Take away all the damage. We're just gonna say with enough time and energy, you drank a gallon of healing potion, you're good.
Okay, cool.
And it probably tasted like energy drink or something.
Yeah.
And I was doing a 24-hour cleanse. Got it. Get all the
Yeah.
get all,
Get all
the
the
toxins
toxins
out.
out.
All right.
Energy drink
all right.
with like bits in it.
With bits.
Yeah,
Well,
yes,
if you need a quick patch,
I mean, I can do the Healy thing. It's just nuts. Yesterday I said I had magic. I don't know too much about it.
Mojave is still learning, that is all, right?
I'm good at being almost a doctor.
just
I just-
narrow his eyes slightly and like, Mojave, can you cast spells?
They say I'm magic because I got a bird friend.
You are. But magicians are good at different things. Some are talking with spirits, some involve, well, making things, some are spells. Alright, I guess I'm the spellman of the party. Let's do this.
Look, I think that really there's room for Mojave to learn more and decide which kind of magic user he is. You know. Plus, you can always learn a new skill. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You can.
Drugs.
Ooh, are there mages that can do things with fire? You mentioned the lightning. Are there like fire spells?
Yes. As I look over to the person with the frickin' havoc mentor spirit, I'm kind of like, yeah, there are.
What did you look at me like that
Oh.
for?
Mojave, maybe you
I-
can do fire magic.
Do not want to teach. Mm.
See, if I wanted to set a thing on fire, it's just flammable stuff, and you just get the fire, and yeah.
Yes, but what if you can do it with your brain? That would be so cool.
That would be pretty cool.
Morningstar is super happy. In a really almost sinister way, because I think almost anyone in the car would probably be able to piece together that she is now thinking about if we set the lab on fire.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
like giddy.
Mojave's sort of staring off into middle distance with that half like, that would be pretty cool, and half slightly tense discomfort of the memory that flashed through his head when it was the were you an arsonist in a past life comment.
So, on that note, if I can interject quickly,
Please,
Mojave,
please interrupt
Oh,
this chain
dear.
of thought.
no memory roll required.
Oh dear. It's almost more
Shit.
alarming.
You have a moment, and the whole car disappears. You're not in the car. In fact, you recognize this. You're standing in front of that burning warehouse, cigarette in hand. Maybe this is a little before, a little after that original memory, but you turn your head, and you see a man who looks very similar to you. A little taller, darker hair, but similar age. And he's lowering his hand. This leftover sparks, these embers coming off of it as he lowers it. He turns to you. His words are muffled, but you know you both laugh with whatever he has said. You both have your attention drawn as someone seems to come running out of another warehouse. And without even thinking, almost nonchalantly, you pull a gun from your waist and you fire and blow this individual's head away. And you are pulled back into your body as you come back to your senses.
Mojave, yeah, staring off into middle distance, his expression has gone a little bit, almost nauseous. The vacant grin has faded, and he does not look so pleased. The idea of fight, no, he's not having a good time.
Mojave, are you
No,
okay?
yeah, no, you know what? I think I'm gonna stick with the almost doctrine thing. I don't think shooting fire from my hands is for me.
Okay.
There's always lightning.
No,
There's
thanks.
ice.
Nah, not really my style.
Well,
All right.
You can keep that. What's it called? What's job security?
I could teach you how to make
Okay.
grenades.
I got you for sleepy time balloons.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Instead of balloons, you can use sleepy time grenade.
Call them what you want.
okay. Did I say something wrong?
What? No. It was. I just.
Okay.
Flashes a grin.
Okay. okay, if you are sure. Right. Well, let's go kill Augie.
So,
Well, let's scope
Yeah.
out his little area first, see if he's even there.
Oh, that's right, he is.
as you all make your way towards Augie's Pesto, as I have now coined or taken that because it's really good. It is in near Covina, near the Covina flood wall, but not on the same sides you've really been on. This one's got a waterfront view, but not the best kind of waterfront. It's more of a north dock. And it's a small building, big open front, lots of windows. Not dissimilar in structure to the burger place. Currently it seems to be closed. It's darkened windows. There's no cars on the street, save for a motorcycle sat directly in front of it. There seems to be a light in the back of the building that you can see through the front windows. But other than that, there doesn't seem to be anyone on the street. And any of the homes or condos in this area, you know, every so often there's a light, but that's just people in their houses, it seems. But you've now arrived at Augie's Pesto.
Okay.
And it does also look like your cheesy, cliched Italian bistro.
So Morningstar is still in AR. I'm looking for pings to see how many people are inside.
The building itself does not seem to have its own host. It just seems to be on grid.
Okay.
There's nothing really in or around it. If you see any icons, it's like it's the equivalent of the egg or the fucking blank face. Like it's someone who just hasn't even cared to change it if it's in there. You see two of them near the back of the building, but you can't really tell is that behind the building or in the building. But there's two people back there.
Well, there are two people inside. I can't tell if they are, anyone that we would need to face violently, but perhaps we can get more information out of them for Augie's whereabouts.
I could give it a try, and I'll pull out my big, however big that dang
about a
regulator
size.
face is. Yeah, the briefcase thing. I'll open up my briefcase thing, and then two little. I'll take the two little I spy
spy
fly
flies.
spies, the spy flies, and I'll send those out I'll probably send one towards like each entrance and then try to sneak them in and see what I can see with the fly spies.
You send one towards the front entrance, and it doesn't take it very long to weasel its way into a small front vent of the building. The one at the back gives you some info. It's a normal back alley, got a dumpster. There is a car behind the building, though, that you see. It's unmarked, white, windowless van.
It's
not running
It's not-
currently. It's not on. There's no one in it. There is someone stood at the back door. They seem to be sitting under the one security light, just smoking, just calmly standing there. The Spyfly doesn't have a lot of issue, basically being hidden. Guy's never going to notice it. If you'd like it to investigate anything in this back alley.
Can I see if I can is there a way is there a window cracked or something that I could try to get into the van and see if there's something in the back of that van, or get close enough that maybe the audio of the fly spy can see if something's in the van?
Sure, you get the Spyfly pretty close to the van. It kind of crawls around various entrances. It takes its normal rounds. The license plate seems average, so whoever did this, it's not customized. It's the most blank van you can imagine. Windows are completely up. There does not appear to be any audio resonating from this van. So this is just empty van. It may have its driver in the building, but you can't get any information from it.
There's a guy smoking in an empty, sketchy van out back. So far that's it. Am I getting anything else from inside?
Yeah, the main fly that has made it into the front flies around the main dining room, kind of past everything. You notice as you're sort of watching through its cameras, there's not a lot in here. There's tables, but way fewer than would be able to fit in this building. And a lot of them have plastic over top of them, or some of them even look dusty. The floor kind of looks dusty. As you get closer and closer to the back, you notice that there's a few tables where the chairs have been kind of pulled out or pushed away, where someone seems to have sat there. Nothing else. You get to the back area. There's light coming out of, have you ever seen those double kitchen doors with the one window in them? The light's coming out there. They are not sealed, but they're tight enough the Spyfly can't get in. But through the window, you can see there are 5 gentlemen in the back, whomst are playing poker. Sat in the center of their poker game are at least 2 stacks of what look like freshly printed bills, like full-on bankroll. Like, this is the most cliche thing you've ever seen. Some watches, some other gold items in there. That's all you can see from where you are. Otherwise, that's just a back kitchen, and behind that's where they're playing poker at a pop-up table.
You're muted.
The restaurant, if I didn't know any better, I'd say it looks pretty abandoned or disused. There's some guys playing poker or something in the kitchen. That's all I can see. There's what, 4 or 5?
Yeah, there's 5 in the back, and you can kind of see that the back door is ajar. So you assume that other dude, and if you could tell from the Spyfly, there's 6 dudes. 1 outside, 5 on the inside.
Yeah, 6 dudes, 1 on the outside, 5 on the inside.
Why have
Take up the-
6? Why have 6 guys in a restaurant that's not being used? Could they
It's
be
probably a
guarding
front
something?
for something.
For sure, but is
Well-
it possible they are guarding something?
Probably.
Maybe. I say we take out the van first, make our way into the kitchen.
Okay. Okay, so maybe not two-pronged attack for this particular part of the mission. Let's be direct. And
I'm going-
Morningstar
sorry.
will hop out.
No.
No, you're good. Morningstar's just gonna hop out of the car.
I'm just gonna pull my
could-
my
No?
fly
Alright.
spies back and position them to watch the doors in case someone.
Yeah.
Mm.
One of them is watching the front, the other one takes a position, basically sat on top of the van, staring at the back door.
Mhm.
All right.
Before I
we
go around to the back and flip a van over, does anybody want to try anything else?
Yes. I'll walk on over to you, T, and just be like, "How sneaky are you?"
He looks down at himself and then up at you and shakes his head.
And if you were invisible,
Oh, dangerous.
Well, we can try it.
all right. I'll go on ahead. Where are you? Where is my improved invisibility?
Real quick, while they're looking for their thing, the neighborhood itself, does it seem like a place that if noises of distress would cause a neighbor to call the cops? Does it seem like that kind of neighborhood, or is it a neighborhood where if they heard weird noises, they just mind their business?
No, this seems like the neighborhood where if loud noise went off, it is is that fireworks or a gunshot? Either way, I don't care.
Okay,
All
cool.
right.
So we're good.
All right, this
We're
will be
good.
good. This will be good.
Mhm.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and cast this at 6 and see how this goes.
Hey.
Do that and how do it? There it is. 4, 6. Oh well, look at that.
Hey.
All 6. Okay, that's something. And
Super
I
invisible.
resist all of the drain.
Perfectly done.
I take nothing.
Perfectly done. Improved
Alright.
invisibility. Can
Yep,
you tell
I
me
slap one
improved
up to-
invisibility? Why is that that
Yes.
specific? Can you remind me? That?
So the normal invisibility only affects living targets. Improved invisibility affects technology as well.
Good to know. And you
Can
are
still be perceived astrally, but
It-
just slaps it on up there.
Is this casted on
so-
a single target or multiple targets?
This one is cast on a single target, T.
T. Okay.
Mhm.
Does it have any things of if something is moved, or if someone has an inclination, like a normal, regular, everyday person hears something, can they try to see through it?
So the subject is completely tangible and detectable by other senses, hearing, smell, touch, and even taste, if it somehow comes to that. Anyone who might be in a position to perceive the subject must first successfully resist the spell. Otherwise, they'll be firing as if blind.
All right. Thank you for telling me that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Quick question, just because I'm not familiar with Shadowrun. If T punches stuff, does it break it, or is he just going to be like this invisible punching machine?
Gonna be an invisible punching machine.
Yeah. Literally, he is now just harder to hit, even if they know he is there, because they're gonna have to literally try to find him.
Oh no.
I think
If
you
the spell is
may
not
have-
completely resisted, the target is fully affected by the illusion. They just cannot fucking
Yes.
see him. He
Can
will be
you
there.
please-
He will be hurting them. They will know
Can
he's in the
you-
general area, but they cannot see him.
Can you tell me the resist roll?
6. Resisted by intuition and logic,
All right, that's what I thought.
with non-living devices resisting with their object resistance.
No. Logic, intuition. All right. On that note, yes. Before your eyes, T vanishes. And now, astrally speaking, he is still visible. So, Mojave,
Mhm.
you still know that T is there.
Loki, I don't think Mojave got out of the car. He's just still in the van, just kind of like slumped halfway under the seat, letting the others get to it. He's having a moment.
Okay. Mojave's having a moment.
Low-key, the guns that he has on his person that he never uses are just low-key, like, not on his person anymore and shoved under the seat.
I think that, like, Morningstar seeing that will simply take a water bottle out of their bag and slide it towards Mojave and just, whenever you're ready to join us.
Thumbs up.
And then we'll shut the door and go, right, let's get to it.
Heavy footsteps going around behind the building.
I'll pull
We're
out my two
following.
Roto. I'll pull out my two Roto drones to kind of go with.
Trying to keep them
Scales,
high,
yeah.
I assume, to keep them out of
Yeah.
blind sight. Fly them up high, keep them out of eyesight. T, as you come around the building, the dude who was smoking is staring down the way. It was logic and intuition. He sees nothing. He sees absolutely nothing.
Noted. Oh,
Though
God.
he is alerted that he did hear a sound.
Sure,
Yeah, I
sure.
think Morningstar's gonna hang back to allow T to deal with that person, so that because she knows he won't be able to see T, but they'll be able to see us. So
Ugh.
giving him a chance to be the
I
invisible.
will go on ahead and just sneak down the pathway. Unfortunately, that will be at a -2 since I'm concentrating. Just hide around the corner. Just
Yeah.
just.
Oh, little
Yeah, no, I
Ooh.
probably kicked something.
Oh God
As
damn
you-
it! Okay.
Step on a cat.
Something like that.
Walking like Mojave.
As you go around the corner, you straight up kick a bottle that you did not see, and it goes skittering around the fucking thing across the way. And you are met with the dude, who there? Who's there? What the fuck are you?
At this time, I think I would like my Roto drone to descend and kind of hover above them and start blasting X gonna give it to you.
God.
Morningstar rubs her temples.
As the Roto-drone descends and proceeds to blast, X gon' give it to you over a loudspeaker in this alleyway. The gentleman in question is now very concerned and confused and proceeds to pull out what looks like a knife. What the fuck is there, man? I'm not fucking playing.
But then he gets backhanded and T just keeps going.
Oh God.
Would you like to roll? Would you like to
Would
roll?
you like to roll backhand?
Would you like to roll backhand?
Yes.
You may roll backhand.
Okay.
Combat music is what we got.
I assume it's less I get bonuses and it's more he gets negatives.
Yes.
So I'll just
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, that'll do it. Here.
Oh.
That'll do.
That's 3 net hits. What's
Oh.
what's your base damage, man?
It's 14.
14 is a base?
Yes.
Yeah.
This man.
You said
whole. His small
we-
face got
One
slapped
thing-
the
Yes,
fuck off.
Rodon, we have done the math multiple times. Yes, it is 14.
Yeah.
Man was built
Man's
for
got
one
his-
thing and
So
one
you
thing
just
only.
you just dealt 17 damage to this man.
With
This
2 armor
man's
pen,
face-
yeah.
His face is gone, you guys. I hope everyone understands. His face is now at the back of his head. It's been slapped off.
Were we gonna
Uh,
question any of these people?
So as
We're
T
killing all of them.
as the
the one
invisible
strong enough
T
to survive.
comes around, and this man shouts at X gonna give it to you. Without anything visible, just invisibly, this man gets knocked in the head and goes tumbling over the railing of this small staircase and does not get up.
You know, as it should be.
Although, T, as you are now near the back door, you do hear from inside, "Yo, Mickey, what the fuck? Everything alright?"
Pulls out.
Just gonna give it
gun.
to you.
That's all they hear. X gonna give it to you.
In the car, Mojave sinks further down onto the floor and is just covering his ears.
No one was in the van, right?
No one was in the van. The van
I-
was completely
I-
empty.
All right.
Yeah, I'll open the back of the van just to make sure there's like to see
It is
what's
locked.
inside of the back portion. Oh, are all the doors locked?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the
Um,
van's completely locked up.
Okay.
Was the van one of those icons you saw previously?
No.
No, it was there were people. There's 2 people that actually have their stuff on for me to catch
Okay.
So
it. Yeah. So what I'm going to do as X proceeds to go that's what I'm calling him. X proceeds to go forward to give it to them. I'm gonna take out just a small the knife that I got from the the Malwart, as we called it.
Yeah, the mall wart.
And I'm just gonna stab the tires real quick. Real quick slash the tires. And then we'll follow where I believe T's going.
Yeah, it's not hard for you to slash the tires with a real ass knife, just quickly.
Yeah.
I guess Jay would be following up with with his little portable suitcase. And
Looking like a right businessman.
he would try to get into the van.
All right, I am gonna roll this. T, I assume you're going to attempt to go inside.
yeah. For these poor bastards in the kitchen, there's a sound of a door and the music gets briefly louder.
Yeah, I'm just gonna roll this for the group. They do not see you.
God, they're being destroyed by a predator.
They are. Gosh.
You're welcome. You are
Y'all
welcome.
did this. Y'all did this to them.
I did do this.
Yes, they proceed to be very confused when they hear the door and simply call out, "Mickey? Bro, you there? The fuck you doing? You playing stuff out of the van?" And one of them does proceed to start walking towards the door, very confused.
Yes, he does. And then I'll full force box his ears.
Oh, no.
Roll.
He sounds so sad, Softy.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Fucking hell.
The lyrics go hard, getting busy with it, but I got such a good heart. Then I'll make a motherfucker wonder if he did it. It's what is blasting through this open kitchen door.
Would they even be properly resisted, like trying to dodge this? They don't even know it's there.
You
They're
can't
taking a
see them
massive
at
negative.
all.
Okay, that's fair. God.
They're not. It's no.
I did this. I did this.
This man, you box this man's ears. He has fallen to the ground. He is bleeding,
Amazing.
and he is not getting up. The
I'm gonna
other
run his
gentlemen,
pockets.
upon witnessing their friend explode, are going. I'm going to give them another roll.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
They cannot see you.
It's
They are
basics.
fucking terrified.
It's haunted. They're on haunted grounds.
They are now all pulling out various weapons. One grabs a baseball bat from under the table. They are prepared to swing as hard as they can if they need to.
I think I will. I will. Well. So just so I have this understanding correctly, there's the back door of the restaurant, right?
Yes.
Is there like a little walking space and then a door, the double doors for the kitchen?
Yeah, it's like a little 3-step concrete block. Then it goes up to the door. Because the alley's
Okay.
kind of sunken down in.
Mm-hmm. So my question here is, where he dropped these fools? Is it that the double doors are open and they would have line of sight of me, or are they closed behind invisible T and I can run these men for their pockets without
The
being
one
seen?
man you could run for his pockets is outside.
Okay,
As
cool.
when T walked in, he walked into the kitchen, and the gentlemen were sat in the back of the kitchen. So they are in sight of that main door. But the minute the T went in, he did in fact close the door because he pushed it and may not have actually hit its what was holding it open.
Okay.
So you may run the
so
one
I'm
man's
a-
pockets if you would like.
Yes, please. I would like to. I would like to do that.
I'm not gonna make you roll for this because, in my opinion, a man who is very much dead and you really don't have a shot of not missing these giant pack of keys in his back pocket's not hard to find. So
Cool.
you
So I'm
do
gonna
find
I'm
a
gonna
set
take
of
them
keys.
Okay, I got them. Mine. Wonderful.
Yeah, there's a couple keys on it, and then what looks like the fob, just the fob for a push button start car.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to the van and I'm gonna open this. I feel like I should go inside with T, right? But I also feel like T has this, so I'm gonna open the van.
Oh God, You open the van, and it looks like a basic work van. It has the 2 front seats. The entire back is made to transport things. There is this black kind of mesh grating behind the front and passenger side seats with a little mini door in it that you could open up to get into the back if you needed to. But it's very clear it's just meant to stop any object in the back from sliding forward and hitting the driver.
Yeah.
There is a clipboard on the passenger side seat, and you may search any other part of the vehicle if you'd like.
Yeah, for sure. If you want to jump to other people, my intention on my turn would be to do that searching and gather up what I can from in there.
Is anyone else going to do anything other than the Jason having XCOM give it to you playing out loud?
I
think-
feel like I was gonna just be like, you know what, I'm gonna see exactly my handiwork in this, and actually stretch to the back, and there's just an imploded man.
Yes, when you open up the back door, there is a man bleeding out of his ears.
Amazing.
Though you do hear he is still breathing, though very ragged.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
You know what?
Mojave
You know
ain't
what?
gonna move from the car
I'm just
until
gonna
music stops.
grab and drag out the back door.
You proceed to drag this man out the back door. T, if you would like, you may attack the next man.
The next strike is directly to the front of one kneecap.
Oh!
Jesus Christ.
Oh,
We want to ask
Oh.
questions, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
God.
Yeah.
I hope chat collectively just tensed.
As best I can, I'm gonna have these drones shadowing T. The one drone, the other drone's at the intro.
Oh God.
You destroy this man's kneecap.
Oh boy, shattered, gone.
Yeah,
Ligaments.
he
snapped.
shatter his kneecap. But as he falls to the ground, I am going to have you at least... He's going to blind fire his gun by sheer...
God bless him.
trying to shoot in front of him. Go find his gun. Oh, look at me not being smart enough to put the damn gun on the sheet. I'm a professional, guys.
You're doing
good.
great.
You're good.
I will find it. It is in here. Oh, I found it.
Man's his entire kneecap is gone, you guys. This shit is shattered.
You would like to roll your defense?
I just
Oh,
see
sure.
this man terrified of an invisible force and then just like buckling under his one knee giving out and it's just like shooting. Amazing.
That is that's a reaction and agility, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's somewhere on this sheet, but it's hard to find.
Blind fire is a -6. Oh, this is an unfortunate. This is an unfortunate.
Oh no. Oh no.
I did this.
Yeah, he completely misses your head. He blind fires and the bullet
Amazing.
just whizzes right by your shoulder.
Oh, I got a question, Softy. There's just a bunch of gunfire and screaming. Does Mojave's hallucination intensify?
Oh no.
So Mojave,
no.
as you are laid out
Oh,
in the back
no.
of the car,
What have you done?
In the car, floor, hands over ears, eyes closed, waiting for it to be over.
you start having a flashback, and it is a violent one.
I'll get my notepad ready.
Oh no.
Of course, I would get your notepad ready because this is going to be a big one. With how brutal this is
no.
getting, I'm going to hurt somebody today.
Okay.
So you have
Like you guys in combat.
a very
Psychological damage.
you have this vivid storyline in your mind. You are exiting a large car, a long black limo, and you are followed by 4 men. You enter into the front of a restaurant. One of the men that's with you proceeds to shoot into the air, scaring out all of the patrons. You then walk your way to the back, you yourself holding a weapon to the maitre d', insisting something though you cannot hear fully. The maitre d', terrified, points to the back of the building, and you follow back. This memory is hazy and sketchy, and you are going in and out while hearing the gunfire and screaming of the real world around you. But in this haze, you do hear something. Hey, Ollie, I found him! And you turn your head in this memory as if, no, that is your real name. Ollie. So T, you want to punch a dude again?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, the guy with the bat's about to have a broken elbow.
Oh, that's fair. He's taken another minus. Oh, absolutely not. Armor.
Good soak.
Yeah, lucky he's wearing an armor jacket. Okay, there it is. It's something. There it is. He is going to attempt with one hand at a deep negative to most of his shit, trying to smack around with the bat as he goes down. He's swinging wildly. Go ahead. Try to go dodge it.
I'm not gonna dodge it.
You're just gonna take a bat to the head?
I'm just gonna fucking take a bat to the dome, yeah.
He swings the bat, and you will take. Let me see.
Yeah. I'd like to soak, but I won't try to evade the attack.
If you would like to soak, I will tell you what happens. Excuse me. That's a lot of. How do you? Hold on.
Remember, I've got 31 soak dice, Softy. You did the math
How?
on that yourself
Wait a
3
minute.
times.
No. Wait a minute.
Jesus Christ! How?
Oh,
Oh my
stands
God,
for
that's
tank.
right. There's too much money in your body.
You've made a monster.
It was my A. It was my A, Softy.
The T stands for terror.
Yes. Terror 103.
You
T
break
gonna
the
give
bat.
it to you.
Your head breaks the bat and does no damage as this man crashes to the ground screaming.
That song blaring.
What a
Two gentlemen
nightmare.
have now been slightly incapacitated as they are terrified and unsure of what is occurring around them. 2 men are effectively dead. There are 2 more individuals who are now attempting to run through the front doors and leave.
Ooh, are they? I've got my roto drone there, and I'd also like to start pulling around my links, just in case.
Oh my god.
I mean, you're already in the front of the building, so the Lynx isn't very far away.
Yeah.
I can intercept one of them, I think.
Please tell me you at least marked down all the Lynx's stuff, because that's a lot. That's a lot that Lynx has. Please, Duskaven, if you're gonna fire a fucking anti-tank round into these individuals.
I think the Lynx has the gun set up.
Yeah, the fucking railgun. And it has a lance cannon.
Yeah, the Ares Thunderstruck.
Yeah, it has the Ares Thunderstruck on it.
Yeah,
Which is basically an
Oh,
anti-tank
boy.
round.
yeah.
Maybe we don't use that one. You know, maybe
That-
we should
I
use
will-
the other one.
I am gonna give common sense. If you fire, because I didn't do it the first time you did it, but I'm gonna do it now. It's common sense. The Ares Thunderstruck is an extremely loud weapon. It is not a gunshot. It cannot be mistaken for a gunshot. If you fire this, you will
Everybody
have to
knows.
deal with security forces being called of some kind.
But
maybe
my
you know,
first
maybe use fucking the
Yeah.
drone.
my first one is going to be the roto drone. I had the non-lethal one with T giving him backup with the speakers.
Yeah, that's
So
the
I
one
have to
screaming,
leave-
X gonna give it to you.
Yeah, that's the one
Oh,
screaming.
God.
The other one is at the front entrance. So if they're running towards the front entrance, I have one roto drone and one I spy there.
If you would like, you may let loose bullets into the restaurant and attempt to shoot these gentlemen as they run to the front.
Well, yeah. I will do that.
I'm just perusing this van, garnering information.
Let's go
Just
back
say
to
in
that.
a war zone.
So, while the screaming, crying, and sound of breaking wood occurs from inside of this building, and X gonna give it to you, blares in this empty alley.
Wait, I don't. Is that right?
We'll have to figure out if that is right. Possibly, we will have to check. You
I
check
think
the
so.
clipboard next onto the passenger seat. Seat. The clipboard is an itinerary, an itemized list of, goodness. Product. We're gonna product. Various obvious restaurant stuff. But scrolling through it, you notice that some of the back pages of this start to change where it's where the list of meat is. You know, I talk about soy meat. They actually have something on there, like seeming like they ordered actual beef or some such. Then you see things like rabbit and turtle, shark, boar, pig. You're starting to see very similar names to you saw before. And these lists seem to not have any form of monetary thing connected to them. They instead have various what looks like addresses. At least 3 of them you can recognize immediately. One of them is the Covina Floodwall Southern Docks. Another looks like another dock location, and another looks like another dock location off on the very south side of the city.
What's the one for Rabbit?
Rabbit's address appears to be a dock close to the northwest side of the city, kind of past some really rich neighborhoods. You don't know this address exactly. You would have to look it up. From the street name, it does not appear that this is a dock, but it's hard to tell.
Okay. So, you tell me if this is possible. I'll tell you like what my intention is. My intention is to sort of like almost like through AR screenshot this list with the address and send it to Starry Eyes.
That is fully possible. You have Image Link. You can take images and save them.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I'll do. And then send them in an image file text to Starry Eye.
You simply get a response back of received.
Wonderful. And then I will take that page, fold it up, put it in my bag, and I will come out the car and look at Cloudburst and be like, "How do you think he is doing in there?" Cloudburst. Are you dead too?
I am dead to the world. All right. So I was going to go ahead and drag the guy back to our med kits. Cause well, that's kind of where it was. All right. Drag him on back there, and I guess we might stumble on the 2 dudes that are about to make a run for it.
Get shot
if you
at.
want to try to drag away, I assume you're dragging away the dude who was. Are you going to try to drag away the 2 dudes who are still conscious?
Well, one of the guys that are still conscious. I'm not going to try dragging both of them.
All right, cool. Well, the thing is, there's one dude who is unconscious and bleeding out of his ears, who may not survive. There are 2 dudes. One who has a busted.
That's the one I was dragging back to the med to the med bay to make sure maybe I might keep him alive.
So you're going to leave the dude with the busted kneecap and the one with the broken elbow.
Yes.
Okay, so you're taking that dude back.
Mm-hmm.
By the time you drag him back, it'll probably be around back to Jason's turn. I will allow that fire off of the gun. Were we certain if that was okay or?
I think so. I can do a gunnery roll and see if I think what it is I just put in 10 dice into this weapon, which matches my gunnery roll. I can just roll that just to make sure it's the same number. Yeah, 10 dice.
Yes.
So it's the same number.
Okay.
It just that has all the weapon number stuff on it.
Yes. So as long as it's the same roll, we're all good. Let's see. They will get a defense roll as there is a drone firing upon them. If I can find where I put it, which was and I'll do it for the other guy as well. One of them misses. can take a little bit of it. Oof, not that much though. One of them dodges out of the way very quickly. His friend, unfortunately, gets spattered with bullets as it shatters the glass of the front of the building, and it's uncertain if he is dead or not, but he does hit the ground and does not get up. The other gentleman proceeds to leave out a string of curse words 7 miles long and runs to the corner of the building, and it just seems to hide in a corner, trying to get away from whatever's happening. He's hid under a table at this point.
Okay.
So as you pull the... Sorry. As Cloud pulls the dude around the front, you are witness to the unleashing of this bullet fire. Skaven, you add something?
Oh, I'll just I won't. I'm gonna just pull the links to basically block the exit, the doorway.
It just sits in front of the front door.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There is now a lynx parking itself in front of the front door.
Incredible.
God.
We're going to say there is no combat. There are now possibly 3 gentlemen completely unable to function, whether in pain or unconscious. There is 3 dead men, or 2 dead men, and 1 man who is neither unconscious nor dead, but is currently frozen with fear under a table in the front of the building.
I am going to, because I followed Cloudburst, so I'm going to follow him to our car, and I'm going to open the door, and I'm going to go, Mojave.
Yeah.
Mojave.
Is it over?
It's over. We need your help. Come.
As I slap a almost dead man onto the back ramp of the big tank, or the SCV, what have you. It's kind of like, all right, almost doctor.
Right. Yeah, I would like to help this man not die, please.
Be a first aid roll to stabilize.
And that rating 6 med kit. Let's see. Let's go ahead. And
What does that add to his first aid?
6 dice.
Roll first aid plus
It is
6.
A big honking med kit.
So
Nice.
Plus 6 modifier.
Oh, I've also got a +2 from Quick Healer that I need to remember to apply.
Ooh, shit. +8.
So please roll first aid plus 8.
Wow. Why do you sound disappointed, Softy?
I'm not disappointed. I'm just like, I need to make stronger boys.
Yeah, T's a tank. T's a fucking big old shit brick house. So
I'm gonna let that stabilize. We're just gonna say that's a stabilize. This man is stabilized, still unconscious, but he is at least... He might have some possibly permanent brain damage from what just occurred to him, but he is at least not gonna die.
Mojave's the vacant grin that he normally wears is gone. He looks sober for once in his life, though his hands are like shaking a little bit as he works on this dude.
I think in noticing that, Morningstar will say, there are others inside.
Yeah.
That require healing.
No,
And
I don't know whether that's the case.
God,
I'll go
that
look at them.
That kitchen
It's
is
worth
full of meat
checking.
sauce.
it is worth
Do
checking.
remember, these people assisted in trafficking, Bunny.
Oh, absolutely. But my friend currently needs to do something with their hands. Best have them do what they are good at. And then I will lead Mojave back into the restaurant so that they can be a medic.
Yeah. And he is going to go and check up on the other check up on the people, see if they're still alive, and if they are still alive, to see if you can keep them that way.
One on the outside is dead. There are 2 gentlemen. Both have lost their weapons. Either one is broken or the gun has fallen when he fell. Currently cradling their shoulder with their arm bent at an incorrect angle and their kneecap, which is leaking blood into their jeans.
Yeah, I will kick away the. Actually, no, I'll pick up the gun. Because the bat is shattered, but the gun. So I will snatch that up.
Yeah, and like, enemies or not, I'd like to do some first aid on these folks. Stop what bleeding I can. Set some bones, maybe.
Right.
Ouch.
Before we heal them, T, I believe you were trying to say something. Would you? I assume you may want to deal with the gentleman who is still fully aware, awake, and simply cowering.
Yes. So T approaches this individual, and the table just very slowly tips away. And he has placed his hand on his own face so that there's just a floating handprint of blood where his face is.
Oh, that's so scary.
Oh, God.
This man is crying. He You know what? Fuck it. Coin of fate. Heads or tails, T?
Oh, God. Butter side down. Whatever side you think has got butter on it. Heads.
Head has got that
Heads.
butter.
It's heads.
Oh.
This man looks up at you, sees this bloody handprint floating before him as the table falls off. He cannot even let out a scream, nothing but a whimper, as this man proceeds to wet himself in sheer terror.
I will very slowly squat in front of him.
You can hear him mumbling in a language you do not recognize.
Augie.
He stops mumbling. He kind of starts to cry and is just not here.
Where?
I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Tell me where Augie is. Or who knows where Augie is. Or it's going to hurt the whole time.
I don't know, like Tony or something, man. He's over there. He kind of shakily points back into the kitchen. I think Tony knew.
knows.
Yeah, man, it was
Okay.
him. He
Big
was supposed
big
to do it.
snake lady steps into the doorway with 2 guns in her hand.
Just the fuck, goddamn demons! I can't do this again, man.
Walks forward, looks at said individual, looks at a bloody faced T. Do we keep this one alive?
Yeah, till we question Tony.
Okay, I will stand watch. And I'll just kind of lean up against one of the tables and kind of rest there looking at this individual while T
Oh.
goes and questions Tony.
Can
I will
you
join in
roll
the
me-
kitchen. Oh, sure.
I need Morningstar to roll
Me.
me. Oh. No, this doesn't need to be a roll yet.
Okay.
You can recognize this man is mumbling in Tagalog.
I see. What is your name?
He kind of looks up at you, shaking, and it's just, Andy.
Andy. I'm going to give you options. Okay. Now, you can tell me what I want to know, or you cannot,
And if you don't, I will get him to come back in here and rip your limbs from your body.
Okay, man. Anything you want to know, whatever you want to know, man.
I like to hear that. That is good. Okay, so what do you know about Mananongo?
This man's eyes go wide. And he just starts shaking his head like, no, I can't. Please, you don't understand, please.
I gave you your options. I can't is not an answer
She's
that I
gonna
want to hear.
She'll kill me.
What do you think he will do to you
But
if you do not give information?
you don't understand. She can make it hurt forever. Forever. And she sends people away,
Yes.
and they just don't function. They don't work anymore.
I see. Okay. How about this? You just give me location of where maybe I might find her.
She always moves. I've never been on the group that went to find her or went to see her. I think the truck went to
My finger is getting quite itchy, and I point the gun at his foot.
I have the address. I don't know what it's called, but I have the address.
Good, give me address.
He proceeds to give you an address. It is a little odd. The address he gives you, you recognize. It's for the Diamond Stallion.
Hmm.
I do not like that. Okay. I step up to this man, and with the hand that's holding a gun, I just pat his shoulder, and I'm like, "See, that was easy. Now you keep your limbs, and you don't die."
He's just nodding on the ground as he's just like sitting there, terrified.
Do you think I will have to tie you up, or can I trust that you will remain right there?
I'll stay right here. I stay right here. I promise.
Yes.
I promise I'll stay right here.
Good, because I just want to make your situation very clear to you. So on that end, right, big scary demon man, right? And on that end, do you see that flying in the air? Yes, that is drone. It will shoot you, okay? And then you will bleed out and die on this floor.
And then underneath the drone, blocking the doorway, would be the Lynx tank, and then Jason would be sitting on the tank like it's a giant toy, just kicking his legs with his like big suitcase like control pad. Like I guess it's like a suitcase size like Switch or something like that. Looking thing.
And then there is, of course, Tank. And, well, you know what happens with that. So, please, be a man of
The
your word.
railgun goes
Do
up and
not
down.
move.
Yeah, it just nods like, yes.
Good boy. And then she will go back into the kitchen to see what information they're gleaning.
Yes. There are two men on the ground just like crying out in pain as they're holding their own wounds. Mojave, I assume you would like to try to stabilize these individuals.
Yes, please.
Honestly, for both, I'll let you just roll one first aid.
Cool. And would I be still get? Am I still getting the med kit bonus, or is it just my quick healer bonus?
Are you dragging the big old med kit inside? Because I mean, it gets 6 uses before we gotta restock it, but like we just gotta go to like Walmart to restock it.
Yeah, if you wanna use the med kit, you can. I'll fully let you. No one is running away, so you have all the time in the world to drag that med kit inside.
Yeah, I would like to minimize the casualties here, please.
Go on ahead. Roll your first aid.
And that was a +6 from the med kit, correct?
Yes. And
Yes.
+2 from your quick healers. That's +8.
Well, it's +6 when it's wireless, but there's no reason for it not to be wireless.
That
Nice.
is limited to 5, as that's your mental limit, but that's still.
It also increases the limit by 6 as well.
Well, then, yes. These men are
Healed.
fine. Miracle. These men are now. Well, one of them's on their knees. One of them is laying down with one leg out, but they have their hands on their heads and they are held at gunpoint, fully ready to be interrogated.
And
And it should be
Mojave's
noted, this med kit is talking to you and helping you out. Like it is audibly saying, "Hey, you might want to do that.
This
You
man
might want
is a
to do this other
robot.
thing." Yes, yes, it is.
And like Mojave does seem to have calmed down a little bit, like the working, the helping, the being in an element that he understands and is not currently actively traumatizing him. His hands are no longer shaking, and he doesn't look quite so like he's about to run off at any given second. And it's just worth mentioning, if you do see his hands, you might notice that there is some old scar tissue near the base of his middle and ring fingers on his right hand, like a brand inflicted by red hot rings or something.
Mm.
Gross. Okay.
Okay.
As you're seeing his hands are no longer shaking, that's something you might notice.
Okay. Did you find out which one is Tony? She says to T. Oh no, T died.
Oh dear.
T, where'd you go?
He might have died.
Sorry.
Oh, he's alive.
Not
There he
yet.
is.
They haven't really been able to talk until just now.
Uh,
Who is Tony?
The gentleman who no longer has a kneecap looks up. Me. What do you need?
Squat slowly in front of him. Well, I want Augie, or I can do the other one, even you out.
You want Augie? Okay, Augie
want
makes
him
rounds. I don't know where
I'm
he is
begging
exactly,
for it.
but he tends to I don't know. He comes here sometimes, but probably not now. He comes to the other restaurants every now and again. I don't know his exact schedule. Augie doesn't tell us. He just sends us a message, and then we go there.
When was the last time you received a message?
I think a day ago, about.
About.
A bloody hand comes up, palm open, phone.
It's on the table, along with my watch. It's under that.
Don't need that. Thanks,
Just-
Tony. And he'll look back towards, well, the weird hand print will look back towards combination. No, I guess it would just be Scales.
Mm.
He's messaged that phone. That enough for you?
Should be. And so I know that I had already kind of pinged one of these phones here. So what is it that exactly you want me to find here, T? So I know you're like, the intention.
Augie's number.
Get his
trace
number?
it, track it, locate him.
Okay.
Whatever you
Okay.
can manage, basically, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So what would I have to roll to kind of get that going? I know there's like
You actually
compiling
have
stuff
the
and whatnot,
object in question, which is interesting. But I mean, you would still have to get into it. I would say roll a hacking roll.
Okay.
but it's not going to be very hard because I mean you're holding
Okay.
it. You're not actually really trying to get around anything.
Yeah. Ooh, I didn't get anything though. I don't know. Can I re-roll it? It's literally a
Suddenly,
seven.
we actually have a banked reroll, so reroll for free.
Woo!
Thank you, whoever banked us a reroll.
Yes, whoever did
I
that.
think it was
thank you so
RJ.
much.
I believe.
Pretty sure it was
Oh, thank
RJ
you.
way back at the beginning.
There
Yeah,
we
it
go.
was RJ.
That right there is all you needed. You have plenty of marks on this thing.
You
You
saved
have
it,
access to
RJ.
its contact lists, its pictures,
Mhm.
everything that's on it.
Hmm.
Uh,
Okay, so I definitely want to snag the contact for Augie.
There is not
but
a
also
contact.
do I?
There isn't
Okay.
a contact for Augie, but you do see in the messages there is one of the most, like, not the most recent, but one of the more recent numbers. The message is literally head to, and it's one of the burger places.
Mm.
When you're done there, guys, you're free for the night. That's like the last message
Okay.
that was received. Other than like
Mm.
the one above it
Well-
is literally a bunch of people talking about a poker game.
Mm. What did you do this night you went to Burger Joint?
The man looks at the ground, kind of at his knee, and just looks back up at you and just very calmly. We were delivering product.
I see. You did not happen to get, I don't know, code name, or anything like that for product?
I think I'm not sure.
The
We drive.
hesitation. T reaches down between his legs, and he just holds it.
Don't.
He
Please.
just holds it.
The DM's about to die.
Mhm.
The turtle, the pig, and the rabbit.
See. Mm.
He lets it go, just like that.
So the burger joint, I have several addresses, right, already from
Yeah.
that clipboard. One of those addresses was on there, right? Like that
Mhm.
particular burger joint.
Yeah.
Okay.
This one
Okay.
is like
Does-
Lone Star or whatever the hell. Some other random name, but
Yeah.
it's just one of them.
Yeah. Does this match the area on the address that is for Rabbit in particular, or different address?
It is not the same address, but it does appear to be close.
Okay.
The street name is the same, but the numbers are very different.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Right. Well, we have other location for the children. And she says that very purposefully because this man has been referring to children as product. So it's, very purposefully said. And then, glares venomously at this guy. And then looks at T and says, it does not have a location here and the contact itself. It could be a burner phone. I can try to see if maybe Augie's, whatever he used to send this message, could try to pin that, but that will take a little longer.
Worth the wait.
Okay.
Maybe not.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try to sort of, I guess, triangulate location on that phone that he used to send that message.
Okay. I think of what that is.
Yeah, I don't know if what that would count as for a roll. excuse me.
I'm gonna cheese it. Do because I don't think that's not a specific action. But I don't know what action
Yeah.
that falls under.
Hmm.
I think we'll just go with your hacking again. Makes the
Okay.
most sense.
Okay. It's not great.
It's not great. But the thing in question,
Mhm.
you're not gonna get anything. But I'll give that you don't get anything at all, as if whatever you're looking for doesn't exist. Trying to show us your
Interesting.
new werewolf book, Muscavy?
I will say
Those see.
I'll say to T that it seems that he has gone off grid. The number no longer exists, therefore untraceable.
Okay. Guess we're going to get burgers.
I was looking forward to trying spaghetti, but anyhow.
Hmm.
What would you like to do with these? We can let them go.
Looks down at Tony. Guess you weren't very helpful, hey, Tony?
Look, man. You guys aren't
Mhm.
gonna be able to get them. There's no way she don't already have them. If she
Question.
has them, that's it.
Tony, do you want me to stop?
What do you mean?
Do you want me to stop?
I'd like it if you were not here.
Mm-hmm. How many kids have asked you to stop, Tony?
Look. Man. They're not kids. They're not, those things aren't kids.
Yeah? Okay.
I am
Oh,
going
Tony.
to look at T with just fire in my eyes.
Mojave was standing impassively in the background, just arms crossed, watching. He's going to just silently leave the room so he doesn't have to watch.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real, Softy. We can fade
Yeah.
this to black if you want. It gets really gruesome.
Yeah, we're gonna say, for right now, as this also as late as it is, as the camera follows Mojave out, the night is very much filled with many screams in the blackness.
I'll be following the Mojave out.
We can honestly, if anyone outside this an event, I don't know who's staying in to proceed with the Fade to Black event.
I stay.
Okay, so we have T and Morningstar involved in the Fade to Black event, and then outside we have Jason, Cloud, and Mojave. If you three would like to have a conversation, you may.
We did it, guys. The heroes strike again.
Something like that.
As there's more screaming in the background. Yep. Heroes.
That's us.
Mojave's like tense, fidgety.
I stopped concentrating on that spell. You're not invisible anymore, by the by, and just lays back onto the floor of the what was it, Ares Roadmaster or whatever? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Jason will be packing the Roadmaster up, putting all his drones away.
Yeah. They all retreat to their charging stations.
The man that was cowering outside, was he dragged into this?
It depends if he is still alive. He is kind of frozen in fear. He does not want to move.
The question was whether he got dragged into the
Interrogation room.
interrogation or not.
Oh
Just
yeah,
When
he was passed
T
out.
is when T's done with the others, yes.
He is
There's a
going to
clear
retrieve.
message. There is an unquestionable message left behind in whatever capacity we will work out later that we trafficked kids and this is what happened.
That is fair.
This time Mojave's the one pacing around.
You said he was unconscious, right?
Yes. He did not regain consciousness even though he was stable.
And the man that got boxed and was stabilized? He in
That
there
was
too?
the one. That was the one who was unconscious. The other man was not unconscious, but he is not moving because he's scared.
So here's the layout. There was the two that were in the kitchen that just got decimated, right?
Yes.
There was the one that I had left that was like formally hiding beneath the table. That was the one cowering in fear. They got dragged back by T and dealt with. And you have the person who is unconscious in the areas with you right now, stable but just didn't wake up again.
Yeah.
I am going to go ahead and drag this last one out around the alley and make his quick.
Off camera.
The ones inside.
Yeah, off camera, dragged in to the back alley. You just hear one single gunshot, and then Cloud comes walking back around towards the Roadmaster.
Mojave, the water bottle that Scales handed him earlier, he didn't actually drink from, but he's using that water now to just sort of wash his hands, maybe scrubbing a little bit harder than necessary. And then once he can no longer distract himself with that task anymore, sort of retrieves his weapons from under the chair where he stashed them and looks at them for a long moment and raises his arm for a minute as though to fling it away before catching himself and like, no. And shoves them in the bottom of his bag.
That's fair.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and look up the closest location to like closest Walmart. And I'll tell Jason you still got the keys for the car, for the van out back.
Jason never had the keys.
I
had
them. But I also slashed those tires, so if your plan was to move them, can't move them.
I had planned to drive to the closest Walmart to restock our med kit. Hey Jason, could you give us a little drive real quick? Just right around the corner.
Yeah, man, of course. We hop in my tank and then we drive to Walmart.
I will put now, as it is a little later, as the three get in for just a short trip to Walmart, we are going to have tonight come to an end with the unfortunate amount of violence occurring inside the Italian place. We will say the three head to Walmart, get their items, and head back. When we come back, we will restart, possibly in that Walmart, because I think it would be interesting. But as it stands, it is over for tonight. We will come back next week. Thank you all for hanging out tonight. I would also like to thank all of my lovely friends for playing this evening. We will do our hellos and who I am's in order of most to least likely to fade to black. Noscavian, who are you and why do you exist?
I am Noscavian. I play Jason when Shadowrun on Mondays, and I play Barry the Butcher when Vampire the Masquerade on Fridays. And yeah, I'm Noscavian.
Mojave, who are you and why do you exist?
Why do I exist? What kind of question is that to spring on someone? Why do any of us exist?
I think it's a funny question.
Hi, I'm Daybreakathon. You can find streaming nonsense here on Twitch. This is Daybreakathon. I do the character art for the characters who have art. My commissions are open. Message me if you'd like to find out more about that and get me to draw some stuff for you. I've written a couple of fantasy novels as well. Check those out. Right. I also play who do I play? Hatfield over on Friday. That's who I am and where I am and when I am. Aside from that, my dog says hello.
Hi, puppers.
Let's see. And then T103, who are you and why do you exist?
God, why am I here? Hi, God help me. Hi, I'm previously I am Van Daddy. I'm now Slippery Nos.
Hey.
And we will have to update his links in a little while.
Certainly.
We had forgotten to do that.
I
this time.
stream typically Monday through Friday. I'm here as Slip or T103. I stream whenever the hell I want, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. That's typically lately 7 Days to Die.
Good times.
And I'm really not active on Twitter anymore, but it's there if you're interested. And that's it.
Morningstar, who are you and why do you exist?
Hi, everyone. This is crazy, huh? So hi, I do TTRPGs. This is what I do. Hi, I'm here obviously on Mondays as Morningstar. Friday I am Akron, the lovely Samitsi. You can find me all over the internet as the Risa Rave. I am also on Lanyap Gaming, where we do other TTRPGs. Currently, we are playing a V5 game, Shadows Over Salem, and then that airs on Tuesdays, and then on Sundays is when we do Family Brunch, and that's a lot of like sort of behind the scenes talks with cast and sometimes crew. Sometimes we play games like what did we play last time? Coteries of New York, which is super fun. And so check that out. I also have spicy links, so you can check that out if you'd like to. But be respectful or else. And that's it.
And finally, our new member, Cloudburst. Who are you and why do you exist?
I am Lord Radon. I do no kind of real streaming yet. We'll see whether that changes in the future. Don't really do too much else. I'm a nerd that does other things elsewhere. However, coming here has been an absolute delight, and might see about coming on more often if the opportunity arises.
We're gonna do our best. All right, as all my lovely players, and I am your Cosmic GM, Softonomicon. I am second in command here on Table of Horrors. And oh look, the new links for T103 went into chat. But I am second in command here on Table of Horrors. I also have my own channel under Softonomicon. All of my socials are Softonomicon. I do art and video games. Who knows what video games I do? I prefer Metroidvanias, but I also get sucked into games with friends, including lately also 7 Days to Die. My commissions are always open for anyone who might like monsters or weird things. I can also do furries. Please, I promise I'm good at it. Other than that, even though he is not here to yell at me.
The Patreon. Say
Don't
the
forget
Patreon.
your coloring book.
Yes. Thank you. I'm getting there. I also have a Patreon where you can opt into my coloring book, where I do a coloring book of the periodic table of elements as monsters. Many people have said they do enjoy.
You guys, please.
Rissa
Please
likes
check it
them
out.
a lot.
It's definitely cooler than it might initially sound. That's for damn sure.
Thank you.
I just gotta real quick hype up my GM, an incredible artist, but also super creative. And what you think maybe would come out of a specific element is not what ends up out there, and it's so cool. I am actively currently coloring them, and I will reveal them when finished. But go check that out and go get it because it's amazing. Okay.
All right,
that's
no, I
it.
didn't actually know that, and I'm very excited to see that. I am also Shiv's hedgehog husband, even though he is not currently in the chat to tell me anything. But I love him dearly. I know all of us do. I am brain dead now. I don't think I have anything else. We are going to be raiding Gimli Q tonight. They're playing Sims 4. Other than that, thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. I hope everyone will come back to our lovely channel here at TOH on Friday for Oxford's Ashes. And I guess that's it. I will happily see everyone there.
Hard hands, hard hands, hard hands, hard hands, hard hands, hard hands.
How long was this raid message again? Where